moving him up, and he's gonna go like way earlier.
Friendly reminder of what you have coming up on April 18th.
Yeah. So that's what you had, Bill.
Yeah, that's what I had. Now they text me and say that they just want to remind.
Tell him he's like up in like 3 minutes. Oh my God, I'll just forget. I'll be right back.
Ready? I'd like to call the regular meeting of Cobre Board of Education into session. It is 5:01. Please let the minutes show that 4 of the board members are here. Ms. Murillo is not. She's under the weather.
She's on.
Okay. Okay. Sorry,
I'm on
Serena.
remote.
Sorry, Serena.
That's okay.
Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Salute the flag of the state of New Mexico is the symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Entertain a motion for approval of agenda items. Motion by Mr. Molina, second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Cordova. Any changes to the agenda?
Mr. President, I would like to be able to move item 4A, the P&M award presentation with Bruce Ashburn up to after the board minutes, except that we need Ms. Montoya. She ran to go get our award. But Bruce, by the time you're done talking, she should be back.
Okay. So item 4A is moved up to under 2B.
Yes.
Okay. Entertain a motion for approval of the minutes of March 28th.
I'm sorry, I had something to add about the approval of the agenda.
We didn't vote on the agenda.
I had requested that the union have a section to report, and it wasn't included on this agenda. And so I just would like to request that a union report be added to the agenda regularly going forward.
I guess my question to that, Serena, is what actually do you want reported from the union?
Well, I've looked at agendas from other districts, like the Silver District, and they have a regular report from their union. And so I think it would be beneficial for the board to have a regular report as well.
But I guess my question is, what do you want reported?
I guess that would be up to the union president to decide what they report.
If I can chime in on that, we're trying to move more towards transparency, and I think there's been a lot of discussion that hasn't come forward for fear of repercussions. I think if we have a union statement or a union portion of the agenda, people might feel more free to raise concerns that we might be able to help address, and particularly those that relate to the instruction being given to students, the continuity of curriculum. There's a plethora of things that could be discussed in this area where they're not being discussed now, and there's, for us to believe there aren't issues would be to keep it swept under the rug, like I think we're doing now. And I think that gives us a great opportunity to show good faith and transparency.
If I can just mention one thing, the only thing that we have to make sure, I know where you're going with this, is that we don't discuss personnel in any way, because a lot of times with unions, it involves a lot of personnel, so we have to make sure that the personnel part of it is kept totally out of it.
And that's the one thing I was gonna bring up, is that, I think it is a good thing for transparency. I think it's just management, union issues, especially management being in the same room when union issues are being discussed. I don't know what your guys' master agreement or bargain agreement says in regards to that, so I think we might have to, if we do it, I think it's a good idea, we just have to look at that, so.
Yeah, we just need to be, that's why I'm asking, what do we actually want reported?
Well, maybe someone, because I've looked at agendas from school boards across the state, and several do have union reports. So I'm not sure what the union reports, and I'm sure the union president will be able to tell us more when we allow him space on our agenda.
The union president is sitting right here in the room. You tell us
Okay.
My plan is to have just an open communication between the school board and me about what is happening within the schools, so that you guys can know and you can ask questions, and there can be a direct relation between the two entities, because we all have to work together in order to provide the best education for the students.
Okay,
So I'm not sure that we can add it today to today's agenda, but going forward, I would like to see that.
okay. That's something that we'll bring up at the next board meeting as an action item, Serena?
Action item or just giving information?
Well, can we just add it to the next thing without,
The agenda is generally part of our policies, and probably would be good to have as an action item. But that doesn't mean that it can't be added right now, like we add other things to the agenda. So for the next meeting, we could have a report, and then there could be an action item for it to be a continuing report item.
either way? That could be done. Okay. We need to back up a little bit. Any other things on the agenda? I'm sorry. Okay, call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Now we move to the minutes. Any other corrections to the minutes?
Yeah, I had one. On page 2E, we talked about the board retreat, and I had mentioned the board self-evaluation, and that was supposed to be included in that. And I would like that to be mentioned there.
Was it mentioned when we
Yes,
talked about the board retreat?
it was.
Could we do that correction?
And I have emailed Gloria to ask her to add it to the agenda, but it needs to be added to the minutes.
Okay. Any other thing? Call for a motion to approve? To table, whatever you want to do?
With the addition of that part.
Board self-evaluation.
Okay.
The request for a board self-evaluation to be part of the, part of the board retreat.
Yes,
So you're making a motion?
I would make a motion that minutes be amended to, and approved, to reflect the addition of the self-evaluation on the retreat.
Motion by Mr. Guadiana, second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Molina. Any other questions or comments on the minutes? Call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed,
Aye.
same sign. Motion carries. Just,
Okay, Mr. President, next item on the agenda, we do have Bruce Ashburn here, who would like to present an award on behalf of PNM.
Good afternoon, members of the school board. I stand in front of you with a tie on. I know most of the time when somebody stands in front of you with a tie on, they want money or something, like George does. But in any case, I just wanted to take a moment to come by and give you some good news. And I just want you to be aware of the impact that some of the decisions that you guys have made really do have in the community. So if you'll indulge me for just a minute, I would like to say that you guys have participated in what we call the P&M Quick Saver program. And through that program, you are actually going to save over the next year 158,564 kilowatt hours, kWh, based on the improvements that you have made to the high school main gym and the small gym through that program. Additionally, you're going to save enough power to power 23 average homes for a year. You're going to help us remove 88 metric tons of carbon dioxide from the air. And because of your decisions, we're going to save 52,000 gallons of water. We all know how important water is in our part of the country down here. I actually had this presentation at the Chamber of Commerce luncheon, and some of the people that were instrumental in this program, getting this project going, weren't able to come. So I wanted to take just a moment to come in front of you guys and say thank you, and let you see there is an award that goes with this, and we do appreciate it. I will tell you there's 4 other projects in Grant County. I'm sorry, there's 3 other projects, a total of 4 projects, and between the 4 projects, next year we're going to save 1,088,000 kilowatt hours of electricity because of the decisions that were made in Grant County. So thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to come in front of you. And I know it's nice to have some good news every once in a while. There you are.
Thank you.
I don't know if you saw that.
Yes, I did. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Just want to say thank you for letting us participate in this program.
You're welcome.
We really appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
hopefully, what we would really like to see, and I'll tell you the same thing that I said in the meeting when I did this before. It's easy for some of the locations to make decisions like this because they have the budgets to allocate monies and do things much easier than small school districts have. So for you guys to make the commitment to do this project, knowing that you're not going to see the benefit until a year from now, really, is just really commendable. Hopefully what you'll do is take the savings that you generate from this project and look at maybe doing another project so that you can multiply those savings as time goes on. So again, thank you. Have a great night.
You know,
Thank you.
Mentioned, Mr. Osborne, one of the things that I think is really good is that we're actually benefiting from it already because it has actually lightened up. You know, it's not just now middle school gym, the high school gym, and the small gym, because they were actually really dark in comparison to what they are now. I mean, the kids now and PE teachers, coaches, and everybody has been really excited about. Well, right when we turned them on the first time, they were really excited because of the fact that they could actually see some things that we couldn't see before. You know, so it's really good. And we want to say thank you for letting us
Well,
participate.
those
in that
LED
program.
lights, if you have any doubt about brightness, drive toward Silver City at nighttime down here. It's like you're going through a light tunnel, you know, since they put up those new street lights. But thank you again for looking ahead, for looking forward and trying to find ways to save money. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate it.
Now we move to item C.
Mr. President, last meeting, we had Paul Aguilar come on and talk about the gym project that we had proposed at the high school. He made the recommendation that we look at a different project instead, an alternate site, doing the gym at Central. We tabled it at the last meeting because we wanted to have Rob Price come in and do a presentation on what that would look like. So Rob, all yours. And
Yeah,
Mr.
I'd like to just start out by saying, you know, one of the things is it's going to be very beneficial for us to be able to take care of the bonds monies that we do have. You know, one of the things that's really going to be helpful is on the Central location. You know, one of the things that'll help us is Central does not have a gym. It's the only elementary that does not have a gym. They've been struggling, you know, having to use the multi-purpose room. They use the multi-purpose room. They pick up the tables. They set the tables. So they're constantly running. And you know, we're actually have had to take on costs of buying new tables because they take them down so much and pick them up so much. And we're also tearing up the storage areas where they are back and forth when they're banging around. I think it'll be really beneficial if we're able to do that. You know, one of the things is on the cost-wise, we will be able to afford that gymnasium right now with the way prices have gone and the increases they've had. So Mr. Price and I went over, we walked the location of where we're looking at the gym, where it's, and as many of you are familiar with Central, it's where the track was in the past and where we had set up everything when we did the construction. You know, and with it being a smaller one, like I said, we will have the budget to be able to take care of that whole gym and take care of it all. Not like at the high school where we're trying to do, you know, is we're gonna piecemeal it together because of the way everything is right now. You know, one of the things I'd like to do is that Mr. Price talk about a couple of things that we looked at over there. And then one of the things that I was gonna mention, like, you know, Mr. Aguilar said, you know, we've talked about it in the past, is that in doing the gym at the high school, it would really push us even further down from the 100. You know, so we would not be able to qualify for that school for some time. And we are really actually, in that school, the high school, we were probably gonna have to go after that high school probably in the next 5 years, for sure. We're gonna have to, so we're gonna have to bond ourselves out again once we get in a position where we can bond ourselves in order to be able to rebuild that school. You know, it's not gonna be totally torn down, but I mean, the majority of the school, 85% of that school will be gone, you know, because of the infrastructure problems that we're having and the structural problems that we're having. You know, I mean, one of the things that's it was built in 1953, but the thing being is, I mean, the engineering and everything that went into that school was really good back then. It's been held up like a little tank, but it has already served its purpose. It's already worn out in a lot of areas. So we will have to really do some work. So I'll let Mr. Price talk a little bit about the location of what we talked about and how we did that, okay?
Thank you, George. How are you?
Good.
So I've been here a couple times to talk about your gym project at the high school. I know you guys have had discussions and made plans about moving it to Central for a variety of reasons. I was here a couple of weeks ago and went with George and looked at the site. Actually, that project's been considered before. It and the location at the high school were being considered simultaneously some time ago. So I'm somewhat familiar with it anyway. The site is fairly open. Not a lot of there's nothing there now where we're gonna put the gym. I mean, it's a site that's ready to go. It's not flat, which you never want a flat site. It's somewhat sloping, which is about the best thing you could hope for. You get some drainage, but it's not moving too fast, but you get some. So the natural terrain is it's ready to go for a building. There's a sketch. Did you include the sketch in the packet? There's a quick sketch that I did right before our meeting. There's a site sketch and a plan sketch that I did right before our meeting after they described to me what you guys are looking to have, and it's a fairly straightforward elementary school gym with no bleachers and some basic support spaces, a couple of restrooms, office, storage, and a utility room for janitor sink and some supply shelves, and it's a fairly simplistic, straightforward thing. As George said, the reason it's better a fitting to your budget is it's small. It's about 1,700 or 1,800 square feet smaller than a high school gym would be. The floor footprint, you know, within the lines of the gym is smaller than a high school gym would be. The building will be a little bit shorter as well. Grade school kids just don't have the strength to throw it up in the air like high school kids do, so you don't need a 20-foot eve height or a 22-foot at the center of the gym. You can be 16, 18 foot high and have plenty of room for those little kids. With that, any questions you have, I'm happy to answer them.
So, I know when we discussed this the last meeting, we talked about a cost analysis. And I'm not seeing any figures or anything like that. So one, I would like to know, how much money do we have left in regards to the bond money, and how much would this project cost? And I'll real quick,
Let me explain this part first before we jump on to that part. We have about 1.2 million, okay, that we were gonna try, but to put the high school gym in. The bad thing with that is that was gonna run us like closer to 1.4 million. The way the costs have gone up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, before we were sitting at about 950,000 to $1 million before all the price increases came. So we were gonna be in budget, but now we're not in budget there. This one can run us about 1.1 million, so we'll be right underneath, you know, and hopefully we won't have to make too many change orders, and that's what we're hoping for, you know, because it hopefully can be cut and dry. So we will be maybe $100,000 that we can look at some things that we can do, you know. And it's gonna be a metal building. you know, just like it was, the other one was going to be. So, I mean, we haven't worked on the cost analysis yet, because we're waiting on which I'll get your approval, so we can get moving on everything. You know, one of the things that I will mention is that, you know, we need to have this project completed, so we can close out those bonds by December of 2022. So, I mean, the quicker you're all able to move on it, the quicker we as a team can move on it and get moving on things like that. He's just waiting for our approval, so he can get moving with the people we need to move on. We've already contacted some contractors that we can bring in already, so we can get them going if we need to, because one of the things we're looking at is, as soon as we can get the foundation poured and get all that other stuff, and we can wait for the metal to get here, because there's a time limit on that metal. You know, we were looking at, a while back, we had talked about the other one, and we were looking at what, like 12 weeks out or something like that on the metal? Has that changed at all?
So, everything is still topsy-turvy in the market.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why I'm asking for a cost analysis, because we're saying 1.1 million right now, right? And then, you know, come October, it's like, oh, it costs 1.4 million, you know, and
Well,
so that,
one
I'm
of the
just
things
making
is,
sure that we're being.
I'll let you talk about what we were talking about the other day about where we're hoping that, you know, some of the costs will.
So there's several things I can tell you about the cost. So, I've not done a complete cost estimate on the project yet, because those sketches are kind of where we are. Based on the things we're bidding in the marketplace for this size and level of building, we're looking at about $175 a foot. That's $1,050,000, which, just doing some quick math like that, that's a tiny bit over your budget. We're not gonna know whether you're in budget or not until we design it and bid it. That's when we'll know. So, the idea that we can, together as a group, with me, with my input, say, okay, we're guaranteed this is gonna work. Okay, now let's do it. You can't do it that way. The market is too, well, you can never really do it that way, because contractors out there are gonna price it based on a number of factors going on in the market, and they're more crazy than ever right now. Based on the amount of work that's out there, the surplus issues with our supply chain issues that we have, availability of materials, availability of labor. The day you're gonna know whether this will be in your budget or not is the day we bid it. That's when you'll know, for sure, whether it fits or not. Unfortunately, there's no better answer than that. So the question I would have for you is, well, okay, so let's design it and let's bid it. And if we need to make some different decisions then, well, we can. The idea that we're gonna come together and guarantee that it will work so you can decide to do it, that's kind of, in the design and construction industry, that's not how you do things anyway. You've got to design it, bid it, and if you have to make some different decisions, you have to make some different decisions. Things are crazy right now, though. We've already had this conversation 2 or 3 times. The good news is, hopefully it's gonna stabilize at the end of the year. No way to know that. I don't have a crystal ball. Wish I did. Wood you guys have probably seen this. Wood was going up and up and up, and it stabilized. Came down a little bit, and went up and up and up again. That's kind of what's going on in the marketplace.
You know, and one of the things that, you know, and I'll let Ms. Holguin, go on talking more because of the finances, but one of the things is, you know, we can't afford the high school gymnasium.
Oh, no, and
That's
it's
just way out of our,
and
what we need now.
So I think the question on the action item is, do we go forward to try and build a big gym at the high school, or do we try to shift the focus and go to Central? And that's the big question right now with the information that we have available. And then go to bid, so that we don't risk losing out on the funding that we currently have till December 1st.
And yes, and I completely understand. I think we went through the whole thing in reference to the high school wrestling gym. I understand that. And what my hope is that, you know, and like I said, I'm an advocate for that, right? I voted for that bond specifically for that purpose. And talking to some of the constituents, some of the people in the public, there's some concern that that's gonna happen, that the wrestling team is not gonna have, everybody has their own place right now, right?
I have some more information, and I'll share it with you guys right after we finish this part.
Awesome.
And you guys will be excited about this.
Okay,
But I think my recommendation would be, as where I sit and the things that we've worked on and what we've worked on with ASA in the past is that we would move this bond money to cover that gymnasium at Central so that we could get that elementary to where all the other elementaries are. And then we focus on the other things. And I'll share that with you here in a little bit because I got some information when I was at the Capitol meetings up there. And I think it's gonna benefit us. It just depends on how quick we move on some of these other things. I think by us moving on it and showing good faith, you know, so when we take care of the bonds and take care of those things, will be real beneficial for us in the future. Stuff that I found out.
What I'm asking is, you know, like I said, everybody has their own place, right? Everybody has their own world that they can occupy there in the high school. You know, unfortunately, the wrestling team has been kind of moved around somewhat. And I think they somewhat enjoy that because that's the way wrestlers are, right? The world's against them and they do that. What I'm asking for is some improvements to the current wrestling room if we're gonna do this, right? Great example is this, the condensation builds during the winter time. My son, last year, you know, the kids are prone to get hurt. You know, there's condensation coming from the roof. It's a metal roof in the middle of winter, with a bunch of, you know, 20 sweaty kids in there. You know, the floor gets wet. You know, it's a concern. If a kid was to injure themselves, do you not think we'd be liable for it, you know, in regards to the school? Probably, maybe. So is there some sort of improvements? I don't think they're gonna cost in the area of, you know, $200,000, maybe for some insulation or something to that effect if we have some money left over for this. That's the reason I was asking for a cost analysis, is if there's money left over, can we use it for other improvements to, you know, for this facility these kids were supposed to have, and this facility voters voted for. You know, another example is,
But one of the things, one of the things also is they voted for the one at
for
Central.
the one at Central, so,
You know, so
and
so that's why it's a give and take, and right now we can afford the small one, so we might as well take care of what we need to with the bonds before we lose everything, and we have to start paying interest and everything on everything else. So we take care of that part, and that's why I say if we can move on this, and then I'll explain to you the things that I learned up there that's really gonna help the high school. Because, you know, the high school is the one that's like the center point of all our communities. You know,
So-
that's where everybody goes to take care of everything.
And that's
So,
the
I mean,
reason why I was asking for a cost analysis. So you're saying, you know, we have $1.2 million left for the bond, right? We have, the small gym's gonna cost $1.1 million. The other gym's gonna cost $1.4 million. So the bond was voted for both of the gyms to get done, right? That's $2.5 million. So I don't know where we go from, we have $1.2 million to do both gyms to now both of those gyms are gonna cost $2.5 million. I understand the prices, you know.
Oh, they've increased
increasing,
significantly.
but they, in essence, doubled, is what
Yes.
it is.
Oh,
They've
exactly.
more
That's
than
exactly
doubled.
what's happened. They've doubled.
Okay, I'm just making sure,
In the
but,
last 3 years, cost of.
and that's the reason I'm asking for the cost analysis, because I would like some improvements to that gym, because it's gonna be 3 to 4 years until they have their own space. Am I right, realistically?
Correct.
Maybe even 5. So why not use some of those funds if we have some additional? We have a girls team now, right? There's only one locker room in that new gym, in that facility. So how do we mitigate that? You know, these are improvements that are not gonna cost millions upon millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's why I was asking for a cost analysis, to see if we have some money like that, and just to make a better choice as the board. It's a lot of money.
I'm just gonna put it out there. I mean, if we sit on it too long, we're gonna lose. We're not, instead of getting one gym, we're gonna get 0. And that's where, you know, as things that I'm managing and trying to make sure that we get everything for every kid. You know, cause I mean, I worry about the high school kids, but I also worry about all the elementary kids. I mean, cause I have all the facilities and making sure that we have everything. You know, so I just wanna make sure that, you know, we can move on what we need to move on right now.
Well, I think
And
we
then
need
get
to,
that
I think
taken
we need to
care of.
move on it. I'm just expressing my concerns and the
It's
concerns of
understandable.
the constituents is what I'm doing.
And Mr. Price, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you said this a while ago. Once we get the okay from the board to go forward, then we get bids, then we get an amount, then we bring that back to the
Yes.
board, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I gotta do some,
Well.
I gotta do some work myself
Yeah.
between all of those things. So what I'm looking for relative to working with the administration and what they're looking for as well is approval from you for this to be the project that we're doing. Once you give that approval, we're gonna shift gears from where we are now in our set of plans to do a gym at a high school, or at the high school, to do this gym at Central. That'll take a little bit of time. That's not gonna happen overnight. It's not as though we're starting from scratch, because they're similar, but they're not identical. The sites are different, the building size is different, the organization of the support spaces is a little different. So it'll take me some time. Once I get that together, yes, we will then bid it. We'll bring you the cost for you to see. As far as an in-depth cost analysis that's come up a few times, as I said, the market's currently showing that $175 a square foot is where we're at.
So
That's $1,050,000 for this gym at 6,000 square feet. It's about 300,000, give or take, less than what the high school gym would cost at 1,700 square foot more at the high school gym. There's no guarantee that when we bid it, it's gonna be $175 a foot. It could be more than that. For reference, you guys mentioned it a while ago, things have doubled. So in, I think 2019, we were at about $250 a square foot for not metal building construction, normal public construction, which includes wage rates, real construction, bar joists, block walls, those kinds of things. That level of construction's about $440 a square foot now. So it isn't exactly doubled, but it's increased significantly over the past 2 years. There's been a 30% increase in the marketplace since about last June or so, I think. So, and these numbers are real. I mean, they just are. Stuff is exorbitant compared to what it was before the pandemic. It's all supply chain related for the most part. You're gonna ask something?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. And one, I want to thank Terry for putting it back in the context of this isn't approving anything right now other than the project itself. Because I kind of have some concerns about the logistics of it being so far away from the building, and also the proposed use of this area with the partnership with Santa Clara.
That's a different field. That's the
Okay.
baseball field.
Okay.
See where the baseball field is on the upper side, on this side? That's
Yeah.
where Santa Clara and I are working on
Cool.
trying to
I
get
just
that.
wanted to get that clarification.
Yes.
But the other part too is that if there is a possibility of saving money and any being left over, I do think, I agree with Mr. Molina on our commitment that we made with the bond issue. But we also have SB9 money that could come into play if it's an existing structure that could be used to mitigate those concerns that he's bringing up. So I think there is a good possibility we can hold face with the public in our commitment and go forward with that at a later time.
And I'm happy to look at any of that you guys want me to.
Yeah, and the mitigation could be soon, matter of fact, now, because the SB9 money is available now. That's just what I have to say in terms of comment.
my question is, do we get it done by December?
If we move on quick, that's what him and I were talking about, Mr. Price and I were talking about the other day. We have to move on it like now. Because the longer we wait, the further we're gonna get behind. Because the contractors that we talk to have some openings in some areas that we can schedule them in. But if we wait, because everybody's getting some things scheduled now that they're getting some monies, especially now that I came back from the capital outlay meeting that I want to discuss with you all, it's, there's other school districts gonna be going after some other things. So, I mean, I know these contracts are gonna start getting busy also.
I'd like to make one observation. When I was looking at the floor plan, there's girl and boy bathrooms, but to be Title IX compliant, we also have to include like a unisex bathroom or a non-gender bathroom.
So both of these toilets actually, as single toilet uses, can be unisex toilets, both of them.
Okay,
So you'd have to be
thank
able
you.
to such.
Yes, it will be.
Good.
Anything else I can answer?
Thanks.
So, Mr. President, my recommendation would be that we go forward with this project so that we can allow Rob to get some prices from some contractors and bring that back to us at a future meeting.
There was a public comment.
You heard the recommendation, do I hear a motion?
So move.
Motion by Mr. Cordova, second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Guadiana. Any other comments?
There's a public comment. If you see
Correct,
that.
this is public input.
Public comment, come in and public input. Any other comment? Call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Okay, I just wanted to mention something real quick, before we get to the superintendent's report. We got some really good news on some things that are taking place. I was at the capital outlay meeting. We're talking, we've been talking a lot about everything that's above 100, gets an opportunity to go after monies. Well, they just opened it up to 150 because there's so much money sitting up there. PSFA and PSCOC just approved. They opened it up. They dropped it all the way to 150. So we will be able to be in that running for that money a lot quicker. So as soon as we finish up the facilities master plan and get everything in, we will probably fall right in that ballpark that we need to. That's why we need to make sure that we cover everything else before we go out to everything else. But I was, I came out of that meeting, I told Ms. Varela, and said, you know what? They just moved it to 150, so we're in. So we can move on a few of these things with the high school, because like I was talking earlier, being able to do a lot of construction on the high school, remodel it, the parts that we have to remodel, and then complete rebuild on the other portion, I think will be real beneficial for us, especially since they opened it up to 150. I mean, I don't have the money, the money figure that they put out, but it's just extremely enormous amount for the money they're putting out for the projects that they're gonna do. Because before they would always budget for just 100 schools. Now they're budgeting for 150 schools, Okay.
Okay.
See, and we're sitting at 129, so we were hoping to get to 100, and we're sitting at 129, so we're way above where we needed to be.
Good.
Okay?
Very good.
Good. Facility use, Joe?
Use of facilities.
Yes, next item, we do have a use of facilities submitted by El Grito Learning Center. They want to use the Performing Arts Center May 5th for their early childhood Cinco de Mayo dance performance. And there would be some costs involved for sound and lighting. And El Grito has agreed and is willing to pay that amount. I believe it's $105 to get somebody to come in and work overtime to run that for them. So I recommend that we approve the use of facilities by El Grito Early Learning Center.
You heard the recommendation. Do I hear motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Molina, second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Cordova. Any questions? Call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Mr. President, next item on the agenda is authorization to negotiate an employment agreement on behalf of the board, and that will be presented by Mr. John Bash.
Good evening. Can you hear me and see me?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. At our last board update regarding the superintendent search, I mentioned to you that in terms of proactive planning, once the board selects a candidate, that selection decision by the entire board is generally contingent upon the negotiation of an employment contract with the person you select. It's commonly practiced that two board members represent the entire board to negotiate with that selected candidate. And it's also customary for the board to formally take action to authorize those two individuals to represent the board in negotiating with the selected candidate. That said, it still is required under the law that any employment contract be approved by the entire 5-member board. And so the negotiations process can occur with the two representative board members engaging with the candidate. The other common practice is that the district's legal services, your district attorney, will need to be involved, and they typically draw up the contract to make sure it meets all required legal specifications. So tonight we put the action item on because I understood there would be some discussion among board members regarding how you'd want to proceed with this. So with that, I turn it back to you and ask if there's any motion to authorize board members tonight.
How do we want to work this?
Just want to make one clarification. You said we'd have to get the district attorney to work with us to get the contract and. Oh, the district's attorney,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, apostrophe S.
To review it.
The
mhm.
districts.
Yeah, oh, yeah, thank you, yeah.
Sorry about that.
Any,
So you
Any
need
com-
two people, correct, Mr. Bass?
Need two people, and I recommend that the two people who offer to do this, represent as much as they can, all 5 voices on the board.
Okay.
And the other option is not to name anybody and just use the 5 people on the board, correct?
If you go beyond, the reason most boards go to 2 people is as soon as you reach 3 or more, you're having a board meeting to negotiate those contracts. So that's why the common practice is to designate 2 for negotiations, and then the public process is all 5 of you reviewing the contract and considering that when it's ready.
But if 2 people are going to represent the board, that would have to have some communication with all the board members, which in itself then would be circumventing the Open Meetings Act.
We can certainly talk about the terms that all 5 of you are comfortable with in an open public meeting. So that's a discussion that could be had to help inform the 2 representatives. And we can certainly make that part of a future update if you like. So I agree with you that, we have to be transparent around the terms that you're comfortable with. It's also why I'm doing that study that I've updated you on a couple of times to review current salary and benefit packages in the region and in like-sized districts. And I have an update for you on that tonight. And I will be presenting that information to you publicly. So there is a public layer to the process, but for efficiency, it's customary for 2 board members to negotiate with a candidate, because the candidate will also bring their thoughts and terms that they would like for the board to consider.
okay. Who do we want to move forward with the contract?
Mr. President, I would like to make a motion. I guess it could be up for discussion, but, in regards to either yourself or Mr. Cordova, and then Mrs. Murillo. I think yourself and Mr. Cordova bring your experience in regards to negotiating contracts with other superintendents, and Mrs. Murillo brings experience in the educational realm. So I think whichever one's comfortable. I know you guys' schedules are busy, but I think either yourself or Mr. Cordova, and then with Mrs. Murillo helping you guys out, and I definitely invite discussion in regards to that. So.
I agree with that.
And I'm open to being one of the members.
I have some comments on that. I want to thank you for the recommendation and stuff, and I know we've been around for quite a few of the superintendents that have served in the area. This is certainly a first time that we do something like this. The way that the board has been working in the past with each other, I decline that offer, and I suggest that Mrs. Murillo and our president be the 2 people that do that, because I can more or less in my mind see what we're going to be up against if me and Mr. President are the ones that are doing it. So I decline that offer.
Oh yeah, no, I was thinking either yourself and Toy, and then Mrs. Murillo. So
That would be
One
3.
No,
No.
one or the other, either you and Toy.
Okay. Yeah. Mhm.
So then, with that being said, in regards to the discussion, and it'll be up for discussion again, I make a motion for Mr. Sepulveda and Mrs. Murillo to have those discussions in regards to negotiations.
You heard the motion, do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Molina, second by Mr. Guadiana. Any other comments? Call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
And then, John, you'll be back on in a little while, right?
Yes.
All right, see you in a little bit. Okay, Mr. President, next thing on the agenda is transportation contract. Ms. Hogan?
So, the contracts that are in your packet, and, I just wanna say that these contracts are for the current contracts that are in place right now with the transportation contractors. Unfortunately, when I was gone in July with, family medical stuff, we inadvertently left it off. It's usually done in July because the contractor starts in September. And so it did, get submitted when PED asked for the contract so that we wouldn't delay the contract. So I take responsibility for that never having come to the board. So I'd ask that retroactively that you would approve the contracts that are currently in place.
It's illegal to sign a contract without board approval. And is there a date that these were signed?
The contracts are, they're in full the way they went into PED. They were electronically approved with electronic signatures. They have a unique difference, the transportation contracts, because the state, it's actually a pass through. The state produces the contract. We work with the transportation contractor as far as how much the state is allotting for that, and then the contractor, since she is the owner of both companies, decides which company gets a bigger piece of the pot based on the number of buses that she's running. So they were approved and electronically approved, and like I said, that it's not something that we usually do or have ever done. They got done remotely is what they are, and you can see the information on the actual contract that they were verbally approved to be signed, because the PED needed those contracts before they could approve the allocation for the transportation contracts. So my apologies, but I take responsibility for not having been here to present the contracts to the board.
I take exception to you taking responsibility for that. We need to take responsibility for that. This is 10 months after it was submitted. It's illegal. It was illegal, and it had stayed illegal for 10 months. And for that matter, this is an ongoing issue with contracts. I've requested contracts that have been signed by board members and gotten zero.
I'm waiting for you to come and review the packet. I sent you a letter via.
That said that you had already responded.
And that's the only one that the board, contracts, by nature.
That's okay. If it's signed by a board member, then it has to be approved by the board. An individual board member cannot sign any contract that isn't the consensus of the whole board. So any contracts, and you're now taking that responsibility, I hope you've been briefed on that. For if you sign contracts that have not come in approved by the board first, then that was illegal to sign that. And so I will want to take a look at the rest of them. I don't know if we have any choice but to approve this at this point, but there should be actions that the board takes to ensure that this doesn't happen, and review what processes we have that are failing to meet law.
And like I said, this is the only contract that is requiring the board to sign, because the superintendent has the responsibility to sign contracts.
Sign a plethora of them, but there are some that the board has the responsibility to sign.
That's the only one that we found, that we.
Service contracts would be.
No, those are the superintendent. The service contracts for, whatever, maintenance contracts for copiers, all of those contracts are signed by the superintendent. Ancillary contracts for ancillary services, like, special ed services, those are the superintendents. By procurement and by the procurement standards, the superintendent is in charge except for this one, and I don't know why the head requires that the board sign the transportation where they don't have anybody else sign the other ones. So that's my understanding on the procurement side, having been the procurement officer before Ms. Wright.
And this one was done when we were virtual.
We were in and out of virtual at that point, but this, like I said, this was when I was gone, so I was virtual a lot of the time.
Ms. Holguin, so I understand, it's the pandemic was kind of crazy and stuff. Just for, I guess for the board's information, for the public's information, I'm sure that there's been some safeguards put in place, right, in case that happens, some sort of contingencies in regards to it, right? Okay.
What safeguards?
So the procurement officer, at that point also was, we were in transition between the old procurement officer and the new one. The REC was helping us with their licensure and ensuring that they, for instance, did the auditing contract, they did the bidding, because our procurement officer at that point was not a licensed procurement officer, so the REC representing us was able to provide us with a licensed procurement officer. So between the two procurement officers, so now we have the certified procurement officer on staff full-time, everything is, and that's, she's actually maintaining, all the contractual information.
And so having a certified procurement officer would still require the board oversight.
Yes.
So that is the safety net we're avoiding, and we did not.
So she would help assure that all contracts are
contracts
signed correctly prior to being
Presented to the
approved,
board.
prior to being submitted.
And presented to the board, of course, on a regular basis.
And that's within district, right?
Yes.
And that is who?
Jackie Wright?
Okay, that's what I assumed, that was just.
I have a question. Well, maybe two. On page 7, we have, Ralph's or Toy's signature. And there's also another signature that I can't read.
It's co-signed by Frank Gomez, so it was the board president and secretary at the time, and the electronic signature has been obtained from the files that we have approved through our accounting system, and so we have to get, that's why we have to get the signatures done by Mr. Sepulveda and Mr. Molina.
Okay, but on page 7, was that Mr. Cordova's? Was that?
No.
No.
Or, I'm sorry, Gomez?
Yes.
Okay, and then also, there's some parts where there's initials in the contract. And I see that one is CM, which I'm assuming is the Mrs. Montoya.
Christina,
And I can't read that other initial.
What page are you on?
Who else initialed it?
What page are you on?
I'm on page 1. Well, there's a couple different page numbers. So if you go like towards the back after the fleet contract,
After Appendix B.
after Appendix B, there's a page 1 and there's 2 initials.
that's my initials, that's TH. And what
Okay.
it is that initially it said September 1 of 2020, and it should have been 21. So both Christina and I signed
Okay.
off that was the wrong date, the wrong year.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Recommendation.
So, Mr. President, recommendation is to approve the contract and, definitely work on making sure that we don't have it happen in the future.
You heard the recommendation, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Cordova, second.
I'll second just with just echoing what Mrs. Varela said. I mean, this definitely cannot happen in the future because we owe the public at least some sort of due diligence in regards to this contract. And so the perception is not very good. So I'm gonna second it, but I mean, just with that caveat that happens.
Okay, second. Motion by Mr. Cordova, second by Mr. Molina. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Do we have an obligation to notify the state of this and so they're aware of the late approval?
They already had it.
They're not aware of the late approval of the contract?
Oh, okay. We can notify the Transportation Bureau by email. It's Consuelo Barraza.
I would like to see that done as well.
Any other comments? Call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez.
Move
Mr.
this-
President, that moves us to unfinished business, and we have John Bash up again. He's going to talk about superintendent search update and look at finalizing candidate interview schedule.
Okay, good evening once again. I think there's a way to share my screen here, which is what I'm going to do next. All right, are you able to see that?
No.
Okay, I'll stand by. We're good now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so our recruiting update. We had 16 prospective candidates that either contacted me or that I reached out to. Of all the prospects, we had 4 completed applications received. All applicants for the superintendent position are from New Mexico, 3 from the local area, and 1 from Las Cruces. The application deadline was April 7th. As we look ahead to next steps, tonight we do some review of candidate qualifications in executive session as I present this slate to you. For the public, I will just make them aware that on Saturday morning, the board was provided a link to view all applicant materials, and that was in preparation for the executive session discussion this evening. There will need to be public action taken to select candidates for interviews. And so the reason I've highlighted April 20th here is, as I've talked to your board president, that's a date that we're proposing for a special board meeting where this would be the action item and the purpose for the meeting. So likely a short meeting, but wanted to pause there and ask the board what your availability looks like on Wednesday, April 20th for a special meeting.
I'm good.
They're looking at calendars, John.
I'm free.
Sure.
We have a 4 o'clock finance meeting scheduled. Is that right, Joyce?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so after
We could do a
after
6
that
o'clock
finance
board-
meeting?
We could do a 6 o'clock special board meeting. If that date works for everybody.
We'll see if
That
we're
works
not
for me.
driving.
Yeah, that works for me.
So is 6 o'clock okay?
Yeah.
John, is 6 o'clock okay with you?
Yes.
Okay.
It's gonna be what, an hour? An hour?
No, John, you said it should be rather quick, right? They're just going to make a decision of after reviewing the candidates today, which candidates they're going to look at for interview?
Correct. And then they would there would need to be an action item to, name or invite the candidates they select to interview.
Okay. No, I'm good.
Can we decide on location, check and enter that now?
Are we okay with here? Admin office? Okay.
Okay, so we're good. April 20th, 6 p.m.
Yes.
Okay,
Hope so.
thank you. There is a regular board meeting on April 25th. The reason I call that out is because that is the same week we had discussed scheduling finalist interviews, candidate interviews. In talking with each of you about your availability that week, it's become clear that Wednesday, April 27th was the only day other than Friday, which has some issues to it in terms of staff availability, where all 5 of you would be available for interviews. So I'm proposing April 27th as the day we schedule interviews, and in a moment I'll be getting into some options for the board to consider in how we conduct interviews. Any questions, or have there been any changes in the board's availability on Wednesday, April 27th from 5 p.m. into the evening?
Mr. Bash?
Yes.
Oh, never mind. I was gonna say I had a conflict, but I don't. Just
Oh, good. Okay.
27th, right?
27th,
And
Wednesday.
that one would be rather long, right? So they need to plan on being here for several hours?
Yes, I'm going to say 3 to 4.5 hours, depending on the number of candidates you interview. Obviously, the more candidates you interview, the longer the process will be that day.
Location for
I can get into that with the next section here.
Yeah, because that one will probably be at the high school.
Okay.
Are we ready to move?
Yes.
Okay. So, since there are 4 applicants, I've run some scenarios where the board selects all 4 for interviews, and so this would be the longest stretch that you'll see in the models. You'll also notice that this is a staggered model, so that the first candidate would arrive in the district at 3, and the sequence they would follow in terms of meeting with groups would be the same as all the other candidates, but they're on a staggered arrival pattern. So meet with the district team for 45, 50 minutes, a little break, and then meet with school staff. This would include principals as well. What we're thinking is the high school as a location for all of these activities, so there's ample space for people who want to come in person to observe and or engage. So what I've talked to Joyce about is maybe there could be 3 spaces then. The district team doesn't need a very large space, so maybe a classroom, school staff in the Performing Arts Center, and then after the school, or the school staff in probably another larger space, so that the the simultaneous meeting with the board can occur in the Performing Arts Center, so members of the public can come if they want in person. And I'm assuming that the district will also want to live stream those for folks that aren't able to attend in person but want to watch.
The staff, the staff one, or?
No, the board, the board's interview, we talked about this last time, will be a public forum. So candidates will be interviewing with the board in an open public meeting.
Okay. So I have our two high school people here, so we would need a smaller room for the district team to meet with the candidate, maybe like an empty classroom that you have. I'm kind of thinking maybe if we do this full staff in the performing arts, then the board meeting would be in the library.
Okay, so I can work logistics with Joyce. We just want to make sure there's ample space for anybody who might come, and then obviously we'd advertise as well these opportunities. The other piece that you see here is that as the candidates arrive, they're staggered so that they're all engaged. One concern that was shared with me was if candidates are able to observe other candidates in the public forum, does that give any candidate an unfair advantage in hearing the questions in advance? And so the staggering model does help with that. But in this model, the last candidate arrives at 6, but the first public forum is at 5 o'clock. So if you do 4 candidates, Joyce shared with me with your board candidates that you had them arrive early and wait. So the option for the 4th candidate, candidate D in this model, would be to have them arrive and arrive at 5 and wait for their first session at 6 with the district team, if that makes sense.
Hey, John, regarding that concern, how effective would it be, or ineffective would it be, if we gave all the candidates the questions up front, with maybe an exception for us to be able to add additional questions to get further clarification?
We strongly advise boards not to provide the questions in advance because what often can happen is candidates always prepare for an interview. What you're really after is not the candidate's answer to questions with prior assistance or consultation with others. You want the candidate's response to questions solely from them. And what they're able to provide in terms of a response in that moment. And so the challenge in providing questions in advance is that you may not be getting a full reflection of what that individual's expertise and or mindset is around the questions. You may also be getting information they sought from others as they prepare. Now, that said, there may be a particular area that the board is wanting candidates to think about in advance. And so some boards have decided to do a written task as part of this sequence, which is also an option. And even with that, candidates typically don't know what the written task will be until they arrive. An example is a scenario question. You've just been informed that an elementary school has gone into lockdown. Your principal called you briefly, gave you the following details. What do you do next and why? And so that's an example of a question that I've seen candidates have to respond to in written form. So I just throw that out because you don't see that here, but if there was an area or a topic where you also wanted to see how a candidate communicates in written form, that's an option the board can still consider.
So would that be an additional time frame in addition to the 3 that are there?
Yeah, what I would suggest if the district wanted to do that is we have Candidate A in that case would arrive at 2, and we would need a space with a computer and a printer for them to sit and complete that task, and we would give them, just shy of an hour so that they can start with the school staff there at 4, or excuse me, the district team at 3 o'clock. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Other questions? I can go to the next mock-up.
Before we leave this slide, again, can you give me an idea of what security we have that, the first interviewee has the same constraints in terms of not knowing the questions as opposed to the next 3?
So,
If I know, but
Yeah.
if they have somebody on watching the YouTube or whatever the case is, and they, like say a friend is watching and they communicate with the applicant.
yeah, they shouldn't have time to do that if they're going from the team to, so I'll be facilitating the district team, John will be facilitating the school staff, and then, probably John, I guess, would walk them over to the board, so they
Yes.
really wouldn't be like
Texts would be flying back and forth easily.
I mean, those are things that we can ask them, no phones out during, we can kind of
Yeah.
put some protocols in place.
That's good.
But
That's
the
good.
one that John is saying would be the last one, so what we would probably have to do with that last one, because they would have that opportunity, we would have to keep them in a room like we did when we did the school board candidates, how we had them all there, so we assured, and Diana was there to supervise, just to make sure nobody was getting on or whatever, so it'd kind of be the same thing here.
All right. I'm going to move forward because this is not that different than the previous slide. This just shows you the same model, only with 3 candidates. So you shrink the evening a bit, and it's the same stagger. What you accomplish with 3 candidates instead of 4 is no opportunity for observation of the forum because all candidates are engaged in other activities at those times.
And I'd like to kind of speak on having the questions ahead of time or having them know the questions ahead of time. I think having a candidate who will be able to do some research and figure things out and not make rash decisions, I think that's a good quality to look for in a candidate. So I'm not opposed to releasing the questions beforehand, or I don't know, kind of putting them on lockdown to make sure they don't see the questions. Just, I don't know. I have issue with that.
Just to discuss the matter, I think that was the inherent risk that we took when we decided to have an open forum for these questions.
Mhm.
So those questions, we should have brought that up. That's an inherent risk. So I will say, speaking with the interview questions, in giving interviews and doing interviews forever, I don't think I've ever had anything where the questions were given to me prior to. I think the spontaneity of the issue, you can see the candidates' actions under pressure because the questions aren't rote and they're not rehearsed. I think that if you gave all the candidates the same questions, you're going to get pretty much the same answers from every single candidate, because Mrs. Murillo's right, they're going to research it, and a lot of the answers are going to be canned, and you're not going to have that, it's not going to be spontaneous, and they're not going to be able to think on their feet, I think, and that's a good quality we need to have in a superintendent.
And I would disagree with the quality of spontaneity. Spontaneity is an uncertain thing to gauge, but in the terms of them doing the research, if they articulate something that is in response to a question, that's an expectation we can have of them as they go forward. And so whatever it is that they research and they tell us, we can expect that from them. And I think that in itself is better than getting a question responded to at first brush. Certainly, that's not the way to make decisions as a leader. There is a first brush, but there's also consensus building, there's also research that can be done, And I think that does represent the real environment that they'll be faced with, is not the spontaneity, but the ability to come up with a good decision based on resources available.
The problem is that not every day is the same pattern, and something happens and you gotta act differently. So to me, giving them the questions, they can't tell me how they would act if all of a sudden they got a phone call and said, we have an active shooter. How would they respond to that immediately? If we don't ask that way, you know?
And maybe that could be the written questions that Mr. Bash was talking about, so that we can get an idea of how they think on their feet.
Yes.
Yeah, the other option with written questions, so if there were topic areas where you want the candidate to take more reflective time, research, do that. We have enough time in this process between today and the 27th when we do interviews. I can assign all of them a written task, give them a maximum, page length, that kind of thing, and have them prepare and submit that in advance too. I mean, we could do it that way. So if there are areas that the board wants a candidate to spend time researching and responding to, that's another option.
I'd rather do it as spontaneous.
Yep.
As we go along and we approve the questions, we could entertain that thought of a hybrid version of that.
Yeah, so for now, I'm going to keep us focused on the schedule, and then as we talk about, again, the candidate qualifications, the questions we ask them are tied directly to the qualifications you're seeking. So that will be a continuation conversation during our executive session. And again, the caveat there is we have to ensure that we tie those discussions to the leadership characteristics that you outlined and your stakeholders already gave input on in terms of what you're looking for. So, all right, moving forward, this is just the same version, only 2 candidates. I did show, the board debrief at the end. That's a little bit of a wild card because I can't predict for you how the 5 of you will come to consensus or how quickly. So we typically schedule that, and then if you need to extend the time, you can, but that's why I ask you to keep your evening open-ended because at the end when we deliberate on what you heard from all the candidates, we need to have ample time for all of you to be there.
So John, is the intent that after the interviews are done during the debrief that they will come to an agreement on a candidate, or is that afterwards?
That's a great question. So normally there's an executive session debrief again to talk about qualifications, and then they're typically either that evening. There's a action item scheduled where the board may come back into open session and somebody, if they're so inclined, make a motion to select the next superintendent and name that person, with those contingencies I mentioned earlier. Or if there are board members, and I've had this happen, who want more time to reflect, or it gets too late and the board says, look, let's schedule another special meeting and continue debriefing because the board just may want more time to do the debriefing. Then in that special meeting, you would schedule the action item. We normally, again, in a proactive way, suggest that the board schedule the action item so if they were able to come to consensus, they make the decision and announce it that same evening and keep that as an option. If they're not ready, they simply don't act on the action item and they table the matter. Okay. It's a good question, though.
John,
Other questions on schedule?
No, but John, could you describe the debriefing? Would it be that the school staff would be there, the district team would be there, public would be there? What would that look like?
No. The board debrief is an executive session because the board is legally responsible to select the superintendent. So the input you're gathering from stakeholders, part of that's already been done through the engagement process, the survey, the listening sessions that we did to help inform the leadership characteristics document that now becomes the tool we use for criteria. The other thing, though, that will happen, you see the district team, school staff, and then the public involved in the interview process. There will be a survey that we make available that night for all of these folks who engaged with a candidate to share their input, the strengths of each candidate, and any concerns or questions they had about the candidate. And then I summarize that and share that with the board as part of their debrief. In the debrief, the way I facilitate that's very straightforward. We look at each candidate separately, and I ask the board, okay, for you, what strengths did you see? What struck you as strong about this candidate? Did this candidate leave you with any concerns or questions? And I go around and make sure that every board member has the opportunity to weigh in, and we do that with each candidate. As a result of that, we also facilitate, discussion around, okay, and based on what you're seeing here and the qualifications you said you were looking for, I facilitate discussion around that. Again, we're not voting on a candidate in exec session. It's simply to give the board an opportunity to deliberate on each candidate so that they can make an informed decision together in public session on who any of you may want to recommend as the next selection, as the next superintendent. Does that help? Does that answer your question?
Yes. Basically,
Okay.
closed session.
Yeah, the deliberations is a closed session. Yep. I just mentioned this input survey. Again, I'm not going to read the slide to you because I just covered this. The instructions in that survey will clarify that the selection of the superintendent is a school board decision.
So, John, just a quick question. The input from the district team and the input from staff and public, you said it's going to be an electronic survey?
Yeah, so it'll be a Google form survey because I can rapidly summarize the results. It'll be open that evening and closed that evening. So after each candidate spends time with that particular group, they'll need to be reminded, hey, you have, until the end of the evening, and we'll give a time to complete the survey on this candidate. And then I will synthesize and download all of their input for the board to review as part of their deliberations.
Okay, I'm just thinking about technology. Some people may have their phones, some people may not. Since we're gonna do the public meeting would be in the public meeting would be in the PAC. We don't have, what if somebody doesn't have technology to answer those questions? That's just my concern.
We could do a hard copy option. That'll take me longer to distill for the board, but certainly if somebody didn't have technology and they wanted a hard copy version, it's not a complicated 2-question. We could probably do a half sheet and get it done that way. And so we can provide that. I just would need to gather those up and probably would need help from somebody in entering each slip into the online survey so we capture anybody who filled it out manually.
Okay. So maybe, you can take your laptop, I can bring mine, Terry, George, and we can help him to enter that if that gets to them. And we can, like for the district team, we can tell administrators bring their computers. For the teachers, we can tell them the same thing. It just may be community members that may not have the technology to do that. Okay.
Yeah.
We got that.
Okay. I presented the desired characteristics as part of the leadership profile report at the last meeting. So I'm not going to read the slide to you, but I put this up not only for the board, but for the public to let them know, again, the community engagement that we've already completed helped inform the development of these look-fors in the next leader. And this is a public document. I've also encouraged each candidate to carefully review this because it's not unusual at all for school boards to select questions that align with these look-fors. So in that regard, going back to the earlier conversation about sharing questions in advance or not, this piece is shared in advance. And the expectation of most boards is that candidates prepare themselves to respond to questions that could address these things. And so we had communicator and team builder, and the explanation of the different components of that stakeholders had to share, and then an operational and fiscal leader. And so I also share this with the board because, in terms of qualifications, we'll need to be thinking about these things as we discuss each applicant and the questions that we want to tie to the qualifications. Just in terms of interview guidance and information, I know perhaps all of you have been involved in interviews either through your workplace or other roles that you've held, but federal law around equal opportunity is something we have to be vigilant about, and that's why you see in the process discussions we've had that we want to make sure each candidate has the same opportunity to present themselves, answers the same questions, those kinds of things. There are questions and topics that are not allowed by law. I've included a couple of examples here, and so if there are questions the board has regarding do's and don'ts, I will do my best to help. If we get too far into those weeds, I will advise the board to bring in legal counsel to help provide guidance and perhaps a document for them if there's any question marks around that. A typical school board protocol for the interviews is a round-robin approach. So once we have a set of questions the 5 board members agree they want to use, typically the board president kicks off the interview process, and there's introductions by each board member present. And then you take turns asking the questions. There's typically time at the end of the interview for the candidate to ask questions of the board. And again, the board president typically manages the answers to those questions and serves as the timekeeper to make sure that we stay on schedule with candidates as they move through. As we think about the number of questions to ask, typically it's 3 to 5 minutes, and that's a little bit of a wild card, but a good practice in this protocol is to let the candidate know at the front end of the interview, after introductions, that we have 13 questions to ask you, and we want to make sure there's time at the end for you to ask us questions. This is a 60-minute interview. And that way you're giving them a heads up at the beginning of the interview that they do have a time frame to work within. And then somewhere in the middle of the interview, if a candidate is taking a long time to get through the questions and they're not halfway through the questions by the halfway time point, then often the board president is the one reminding them, okay, we have X number of questions left and we're about halfway through our time, just as a courtesy to the candidate to make sure that they don't run out of time, which I've seen happen, and that does happen. But the reminders generally prevent that. I put in here additional reference checks, and so we do some pre-interview reference review, and we generally stay to the references that the candidates provide to us. But if they are selected for an interview, then our practice is to go much deeper with reference checking, and that will include folks that are on their reference list, and it can include folks that we contact who who are not on their reference list, just to be very thorough in conducting reference checks on behalf of the district. And I do bring that information to the board as part of the debrief. And the last bullet here I talked about already. Any questions just with this guidance information? Okay. An update on the salary benefit data project. Some districts, as you know, were very responsive to my records request for superintendent contracts and benefit information. Others have not responded at all, and so I've gone to second notices. I'm still awaiting responses from the list you see towards the bottom of the slide there. I did hear from Tucumcari today, so my second attempt did reach somebody, and it was an administrative assistant who said she would get that to me by the end of this week. But I have 4 I'm still waiting on. I will go to phone calls next. It's largely been via email at this point, but I'm going to phone calls as my third attempt to try and get information from these folks. I'm waiting to have all the information in hand before presenting the board with that data because I want to make sure it's complete. Any questions on the data project, the salary benefit data project? All right. I will be sending the board and Joyce information on optional independent background checks. And what this is usually a third party that the district can elect to utilize if they want the superintendent they select to undergo a more thorough background check than reference checking and those kinds of customary things are able to reveal. For example, some of these services will do a full credit check. They will do a 5-year social media check, a 5-year news story review, and boards that decide to go down this route do so as kind of an insurance policy to make sure there aren't any surprises and that candidates have fully disclosed anything in their background that may be of concern. The vast majority of these do come back very clean, no issues, but I bring it to your attention because we do this with any search and make sure the board is aware that this is an optional step in the process that they may or may not want to engage in. So that's why I show you 3 options here. One is to forego this and simply utilize the information we're able to uncover in the standard process. Number 2 is that the district would take this on, select and manage a third-party company, and I will include some information on different companies, but I'm not recommending any of them in terms of endorsement. That's fee-based, and the fees vary across companies. And then HYA does have a company they work. It's also fee-based, and there's 2 layers to that search, and I will include that information. That was in our proposal. The addition, our response to your RFP included this optional service, but I will put another copy of that in the email that I send to the board and Joyce, so you have all this. If the board decides they want to conduct a third-party background check on the candidate they select, all I need to know is that decision, and then typically what happens is once you've selected a superintendent, the company you select will send them an email requesting their consent to undergo a background check. Again, this is in the spirit of being proactive with the process, putting this in front of you. So I'll likely send this out to you tomorrow so that you have it to review. Any questions on this? Okay. So a broader picture here on next steps. And you see April 20th doesn't have a question mark there anymore because we've confirmed that for 6 o'clock. Selection of candidates to interview. Your board meeting on the 25th, I will provide another search update there. That will be remote, but I'm planning to come to the district and be present for candidate interviews. And I'm looking forward to that and seeing you all again. I did mention April 27th or early May, leaving the board some wiggle room to decide if they want to name the next superintendent on that interview date at the end of the evening, or if they want to schedule a special meeting in early May instead. So that doesn't have to be decided right away. And then I show contract negotiations. Thank you, Director Murillo and President Sepavita for negotiating on behalf of the board. I do assume that one of you will be reaching out to the district's legal counsel. Normally that negotiation process begins with the district's proposal in draft form. And I strongly recommend that an attorney prepare that draft. So between now and then, it's prudent for the board as a whole to have a discussion around terms you're comfortable with, and that typically follows my sharing of the data that we collected from all the surrounding districts. So more to come on that. And then you have a May 9th school board meeting. And I just show that because if you've made the selection by then, it's customary to invite the new superintendent to join the school board at the next regularly scheduled meeting. So that's why I'm showing that there just as another proactive planning piece. So any questions in terms of this update?
On the, let me see, so on the 20th, I already forgot. What's the purpose of the meeting on the 20th?
The purpose of the meeting on the 20th is to an action item to select candidates to invite to interview.
Okay, and then on the 27th, what we put in the newspaper as our legal notice is going to be dependent on which schedule we're going to use and how many candidates we're going to interview, correct?
Right, so I should know more about that this evening. And I would tell you as well that on April 27th, the board desires some more time to review applicant qualifications. There may also be another executive session there too. So I'll know more about that this evening, Joyce, and I'll connect with you.
Okay.
Okay. Other questions? All right. I know that was long-winded, but it's a really important process. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, John. Appreciate the update.
Thank you, John.
Brings us to item B.
Okay, item B under unfinished business is policy services update by Ms. Davis.
This is your homework, memorize it by tomorrow, huh?
No, I'm giving you guys homework. Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, and Ms. Varela. In front of you, I have brought to you, you guys wanted more copies of our present policy. You have a pink sticky on it because the two binders are pretty similar. So that's our policy that's in place right now, so you can kind of refer to it. So you'll have that so you can write all over it. It is yours to do as you please. And then the other one that you have, the other one that you have does not have a sticky on it, and it does say on the front, policy services draft policies right here. This is the link also that I put on the bottom that I gave you guys that you can go to and actually look at what the law is, because when you look at the printout right here, you'll notice it says draft on them, but it won't tell you what the law is. You can't click on it. It does not print that out, so you have to refer back to that link that I gave you, and you can click on it and you can go see what the law is for that new draft piece that will go with your board policies. So that's how you refer, and then the other notebook that I gave you guys, there was that little notebook that I gave, I think the three of you had it, and then I gave Serena and Mr. Molina his. That one will explain on how that lettering and that numbering go and where you find these within our policies. If you have trouble, then that's what I'm here for, to help walk you guys through that. To get a move on to the policies. The other thing that I've included in this one pocket in the policy services is if there's any other area that you're looking at and you're wanting to make changes, this is the formatting that I needed in a Word document. And it shows you exactly, this is a sample of how you need to submit it to me so I can submit it to policy services so they can make the updates on top of what this is. If you guys are okay with these, that they've drafted because they follow the law, but if there's something else that you want to update, I do need them in this format.
So that's like to write our own, right? To write our
own, right?
You have to, yeah.
Could you send that on the emails? That way it's on digits and we can do it.
We'll say that again to me.
Could you send that to our emails?
Send what?
That.
The sample.
The sample?
sample.
Yes, I can send this digitally to you guys. Sorry about that, Benito.
No, no
I was
worries.
like, what do you want? What do you want exactly?
Sorry, I get the
Okay. So I can send the sample to you digitally so you can see it too and kind of follow that same format, but this is what I need. If there's anything else in the policy you're wanting changes, I need it in this format because they need to see it in this format so they know exactly what they're changing and what you're referring to, what you're striking out, what you're adding. So this is, again, just a sample that they had given us. I just pulled it from that other little file to put it all kind of together so you can kind of see what it is on there. Any questions this far? Okay, again, and you can refer back to, like I said, the link that I gave you so you can look at the law. What I'm also gonna hand out to you guys is we need to move on this. I know that we've been when we started, COVID happened, then we lost Dawn, and then now we have Mr. Kennedy back on board. So what I created for you guys, again, this is just an outline if you want to take one and pass one down. Thank you. Kind of by giving you guys a guideline. You get to come up with your schedule, and I'm not going to do that. I don't know what your schedule is like. And then I know that we have to have some of our school members, like principals, be a part of this because they have the background on it or the updates and things like that too. And so what you need to do is come up with, if you look at the first one, May, I kind of broke it into 6 months so you can really look at sections at a time. So if you look at the first one, it's going to be on the Board of Education, and that's the 100 series. And that one, you know, for each one of them, we need a work session. I put 3 work sessions, date of the first reading and date of the second reading. And again, when we're done with all of it, we'll adopt it all at one time.
So that's 5 sessions?
Well, if you need 3 sessions for any particular section, you
Yes.
might need 1, you might need 2.
Okay.
So that's just the option of 3 if that's what's needed.
So if you're wanting
And then the
to,
readings
And
first,
then,
the first-
so policy does say we have to have 2 readings at 2 different meetings.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
so the work sessions would be, you know, say that you guys decide, you know what, we can all meet on Friday from 8 to 4, and I'm just making this up, okay? That would be your first session to start looking at the 100 series and going it thoroughly together, or who, whatever committee's gonna be looking at that. So that's what you guys have to decide is, when do you wanna start meeting and really working on this? It doesn't have to be a full day, it can be, like, I have put 3 sessions. If you're needing more, by all means, you know, that's up to you guys. You can say, you know what, on this day, we wanna meet from 8 to 4, we wanna meet from 4 to 8, whatever works for all of you. However you guys decide, but we really need to get a schedule going and get through the policies because we do need to update them. They're very outdated.
So we would be doing the revision of the policies at that work session, or should we be doing them at home and then giving our suggestions to the work session?
That would probably be
Best.
It would
Best.
facilitate the work session. Mhm.
And that way you can come prepared already by comparing everything and being okay, you know, what the lawyers have suggested within the policy services draft. So that's what the lawyers have already said, hey, these are need to be updated. This is connected to the law. This is what the information that needs to be. But if there's other sections that need to be updated. For example, one of the things that I know Don had pointed out to us, our mission statement is outdated. Is it something that they rewrote for us in here? No. But if that's something that we're needing to do, then we would follow my guideline here, and we would say this is our mission statement, strike out what we don't want, add it, and that would be something that we would make an update.
And the mission statement would be something, and the goals would be something that we'd work on through the strategic plan?
Yes.
So, I
Through
mean,
the
that's
what?
would be, through the strategic plan, that's part of that?
So that'll be something we'll update together, that we already know we have to fix. That's not something that the policy services have suggested, because it's not a law, it's just outdated, and we need to kind of fix that. And that's some of the other things we have in policy, and that's why, again, you guys, you have the whole policy, you can go through it, you can connect it back to the suggestions that they have made for us, and then go by series, by series, by series. And I can let you know that the 300s is probably one of the biggest ones. And the 100s is not too bad. We probably could get through it maybe in a day or two, going through it. But we really do need to try to stick to this guideline, hopefully, and each month try to go through one of the series and just really get it done thoroughly.
So we also need to know, like, who else the board wants in work sessions, is that
Yes.
correct?
So whenever you guys do the first reading at a board meeting, maybe have in mind, you know, the date we're gonna work is this, and these are the people that need to be involved, and these are the hours that we want to work.
Because if our target is to do the 100 series in May, we have 2 meetings in May, May 9th and May 23rd. So I would probably recommend that the first reading be May 23rd, the second reading be June 13th, but at the same time, we're already starting on the 200 series, so possibly, like, I don't know, maybe the last meeting of the month is
When we're doing the second reading on the first one, we can say we're gonna start the first reading on the next one.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
I have a question, Diana.
Go ahead.
I might have missed it. It's kind of hard for me to hear. So if we want to make a change in, for example, policy 105, we would, and it's not legal, it's something the board decides on, we would fill out that form to kind of get the ball rolling?
You would meet and decide what you wanna change, and you would take whatever's in the policy and pretty much just copy it, and then below you would strike out what you don't want, and you would rewrite how you want it to be read. And you.
So if we wanted to change board meeting times, because that is in our policy, like from 5 to 6, we would have to do it in those sessions?
Yes,
Okay.
correct. Anything that you're changing in policy has to be done during this work session, and then at the very end, the whole policy will be adopted, so we can't later on, I mean, it's a working document. This is something that has to be reviewed every year. So every year, anything can be updated as need to, but right now, like I said, it's been very outdated. So we did have policy services and the lawyers look at it and look at the laws and the new statutes to update our policies.
Okay, thank you.
Along those lines, there's a lot of things that I'm concerned about, because the policies that we have in place include a draft agenda, and also includes the time frames where we start at 7 o'clock, and we have the items for the agenda, and I don't see any of that here. And I'm wondering why it's not in here.
In the new one or the old one?
Existing policies. It has an agenda, and that's one of my concerns about, we moved around.
Did you print that one from the website?
Mhm.
Well, I have a copy of it at home, so I
Yeah,
can
that-
bring it up,
this one
and that
is
gives me
printed.
concern about these being,
Accurate?
accurate, yes, reflective of our actual policies.
Yeah, and this is the one that was on our
Actually.
webpage.
But they couldn't be changed. If they were there
Yeah.
back in 2014, and there's never been a revision to that, it should be in this document.
And I copied them
Should be.
directly, from the webpage.
So, I mean, I've had mine downloaded for a few years, so maybe we can just kind of look at this and look at this
The
and
ones on
see
the
if
wall.
they're kind of seeing
Well,
the same thing, cause I
But
mean,
there's a big concern that if the current ones on our webpage don't
Right,
reflect the
they're
ones
not
that have been
current,
downloaded,
right.
that's very problematic.
and I
can
don't
look at
know,
that,
you
Mr.
know,
Bayard,
I
and
don't
see.
know, I mean, I can't tell you like when they were uploaded, cause I wouldn't know when the.
Because one of the things, as I've been going through my efforts for specifically the recall, is the adopted dates were there, then they weren't there. Now they're not there again, and that's problematic.
And like I said, I would have no clue when, I mean, I don't know, Victor, would you have been the one, like, would somebody have sent them to you to upload
that's the
them
latest
into the
ones I have.
website, or how would that have happened?
What was that?
For the policies, would they have sent them to you to upload them, but you wouldn't have been the person back then, it would have been somebody else, right, to upload them to the webpage?
Well, at one time I uploaded whatever was provided to me, but
Who
that's
provided
all.
it to you?
Well, administration, who else would it? The superintendents. It was, I don't even know the policy that we currently have is the 2000. I don't even know what
14, I
year, but-
believe.
2014.
14.
Yeah, so whenever it was done then is when I uploaded it.
Do you have any of that?
I'd have to go look, but I'm not sure I could download it.
Cool.
You can download it off the website as well.
No, but what he,
No.
That's what I
The
did with
changes.
this policy, but he's saying that this is not the.
not what he has, not the printed copy that he has.
Yep.
Oh, then I'm not sure.
And how did the dates disappear, at some period
So-
of time?
But
I
you're
don't know, I
saying
just
like
post
it doesn't
whatever's
have an
provided.
agenda for the board? It does
I
have
don't
one
read it.
on, right here.
What's that?
It has an example agenda right here. You're saying it doesn't? I see it on 137, order of business.
Okay, I was looking at 130, but that's what the agenda says. Order of business, 137?
Mhm.
That may be the. Now, this is. I'll compare it with what I have.
Okay.
'Cause this looks like in a different format, and that may not be problematic so long
Because
as
I
the
mean,
content-
I don't, Victor, you haven't uploaded anything, any, board policies in like years, right?
It's been years,
Yeah, yeah, so,
2014.
yeah.
In 2014, we moved over to, that's when we went to Gmail. So if it was in an email, it would have been in the old mail system that we no longer have. Right.
Okay.
And the only ones that would send me info was the administrative secretary, which at that time would have been Irene Rodriguez. And I was under Maureen, and I was also under Anthony, and the superintendent at that time wasn't it Mendoza?
Damon Mendoza.
Yeah, because I've only worked under you and Mendoza.
No,
I
that
haven't
would have
worked anyone
been-
else.
I think George would have been interim because I came back in 2012 and George was interim for, no, Mr. Mendoza, because Mr. Mendoza came a year after I did.
Yeah, so it was under Mr. Mendoza
Yeah,
at that
yeah.
time. And I had a flash drive at once that they gave me, but they told me as soon as I upload to return it. So I returned it to them, and at that time it was, I can't remember, I just remember a little lady that was doing policies.
Oh, it was, Vicky Smith.
Vicky Smith.
So that belonged to her.
So do we want to work backwards, at least with the first 100, and set the date of the first reading and the second reading on the 100 series, and then that way we work backwards for our work sessions on that? If the target date is May, that's my schedule. When did I say the meeting was? May 28th, I think? Yeah, May 23rd.
For the second reading?
Well, I'm kind of wondering, do we want that to be our first reading or second reading?
Second.
second reading
I'm
on
sorry,
May?
sorry, first reading.
First reading on May
Second reading.
23rd?
Yes.
Okay, so then the second reading would be June 13th? So then we'd go backwards and, at least put in 2 work sessions, and then, if we need a third, well, I don't know, because we have to put a legal notice out, because there's gonna be a quorum.
Yeah.
I have a question on those, Ms. Varela. I'm committed to a national incident the entire month of June, and how would we work that? I wouldn't even be able to go remote. I would literally be working 16-hour days. I don't know how that would work, Mr. President.
I mean, we would still have a quorum with the rest of the board members, correct, Mr. President? So we
Yeah.
would continue.
And I trust the board's gonna make the right
Yeah.
decisions. I'm just saying that month of June is theirs.
So,
I cannot
maybe what you might, wanna do is, before you even leave,
Do some
to
policy.
review the 200s and any notes or whatever that you have, that you would
Pass
meet
them to
with
Mr.
Mr.
Sepulveda?
President and go
Okay.
over it with
Yeah, I
him,
can do
and
that,
then that way you
definitely.
have your input into
Yes.
that.
Okay, yeah, I could do that.
So, again, working backwards, when would we want to do work session 1 and 2? And do we think we would need a third?
Can we schedule the first and second
And
and
then
then see
if
where
we
they're
need a
at,
third,
and then
yeah.
on the second one decide if the third one needs to happen?
Yep. So maybe the week, well, I know we have a board meeting on the 9th. Do we want to do the first reading the week of the 9th, the second reading? Ugh. We do the second reading the week of the 16th, and we're gonna need a third reading, we'd be cutting it close.
We said we possibly might not need a
Need
third
third.
reading, right?
Mhm.
But we still have to schedule it in just in case.
Not necessarily.
That's just
I'd say let's schedule 2.
Let's schedule 2, and then if another one's needed, then we can make that decision.
So what day of the week is best, and we go from there? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday?
The board, like, the board policy meeting says, what is the first page look like, or what, is that what you have?
Tuesdays, Wednesdays,
And this was for June?
for me,
Oh, for May.
for the work session.
Wednesdays work best for me.
The week of May 9th, is that what we're looking at?
Yeah, the week of May 9th, so May 11th was proposed.
This is what I took off.
I can do May 11th if we do it
For the first meeting?
5 or
for the
later.
First work session. I'm sorry, Serena, go ahead.
I could do Wednesdays if it's 5.
So first work session, 5/11 at 5,
That for the 100 series?
uh-huh. 5 o'clock?
May 11th at 5.
Yeah, here. And then second one. Is Monday okay? Because if we would need a third one, like I'd have to be able to, I don't know that we'd make it for a third one. Because I'd have to post a legal notice on Tuesday, 1, 2, 3. The only day we could meet would be Friday.
You talking about for session 2?
Uh-huh.
And what day were you proposing, Ms. Varela?
I was recommending the 16th on Monday.
I'm free, but same thing, it's after 5 o'clock.
5/16, which is Monday at 5 o'clock.
Yes. So that's another work session?
Yes, for the 100 series.
Okay, so we're gonna have 2 work sessions for each, like chunks?
If we, well, how does that work, Mr. President? If we schedule 2, but we only need 1 and it's already gone in as a legal notice, what would happen? Do we just send out like a email and post it on Facebook, district webpage, send out an email to all
Well-
staff that the work session was canceled?
Yeah,
But
that's
it's
what I was
best-
gonna
but
say.
it's
We
best to
could, we could,
post
we
it.
could post it as a legal notice, but then if we don't need it, we can just say it was.
Okay, okay.
The only thing that the 11th, I don't know, if the baseball kids make it to state, that's the day state starts.
On Wednesday? Shall we say when they make it to state? Mr. Diaz, do we usually play on that first day if we make it to state?
What day is it? I'm sorry.
On Wednesday,
Wednesday, the what?
May 11th?
Yes.
Yes.
We usually play day one?
We'll be in state for, both our teams will be done by that.
Softball and baseball both do that.
So do we want to do the 10th instead of the 11th? Or do we
Might
just
have
work
to
with
travel,
who's
you know.
here?
Yeah,
Hmm?
tents of travel.
10 would be travel.
It'd probably be best to just
Work with who's
here.
here,
'cause
because
Yeah,
we're gonna
if
have
we-
to have so many
Yeah,
sessions
there's-
that it's gonna be hard to
Yeah,
have
There's no way we're
everybody
gonna be
every
able to work around
time.
everybody's schedule.
Okay.
It's just gonna be
Just
All right.
plan that those that are not gonna be here to have input maybe given to someone.
And the notice would say there may be a
May be a
quorum,
quorum,
and if
mhm.
there isn't one, if we can still go on, there'll be
Yeah,
no
yeah.
action.
Okay, so I have 5 for the 100 series, I have 511 at 5 o'clock, 516 at 5 o'clock. Do you think we'll need a third one? Do we wanna schedule it?
You know,
Because
the-
again, I wouldn't get the legal notice out on time if we don't schedule it till after the 16th.
The 100 is probably the easiest one, but it's the first one.
Yeah.
We
Mr.
might take
President,
a-
am I able to put the legal notice with all the 3 dates in the same notice?
Mm-hmm.
I can do a legal notice with, work session to review board policy 100 series on 5/11 at 5, 5/16 at 5, and blank blank at whatever time? We can do it all as one? Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Dale.
So, Ms. Varela, if we go ahead and do the third work session, I mean, like, our president stated that we can cancel it if we just go ahead and do it, I think. And
It's
this
better
way-
to
Yeah.
schedule it and do the
Than not.
legal notice than not, cause then we won't make it.
Correct.
So if we're doing the 16th, we gotta meet again that week to get by the 23rd.
18th, it's a Wednesday. Serena said she could be,
5/18.
Wednesdays work better for her.
The 18th.
5/18 at 5 o'clock. Do we want to look at the June dates right now, or do we wanna wait and look at the June dates on May 23rd?
Well, June date would be a reading, correct? Not a work session.
So now we're in work sessions on the 200 series
Oh, okay.
for June. So we can wait till the 23rd and schedule the June one, see how
Yeah.
this first set goes, and then,
Yeah.
yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll write that down on the May 23rd meeting would be scheduled June work sessions for 200 series. Okay. All right.
And I was just gonna make one point, the new link that John, sent us, the one that I sent you guys, that one does not have a login or password, you can just click on it and get in. So that'll help you guys out a lot.
Except everybody can.
No, cause not everybody has it, just you guys have it.
Okay.
I haven't sent it to no. No, just, the board members can get on it. You don't have a login or password, so you just click the link that I gave you, so you can get on it and review it. And so, that, I know before you have that outline that says to put in, login password. This one, click on it and you get in.
So then my next question is, who do you want to invite to be part of those work sessions? Or do you want to invite anybody? You want the principal, the administrators in there, principals, union, I don't know who you all want in there.
They are open meetings, so public is
Right,
invited.
right,
but
but so I
there
can
are
specifically
assignments,
invite.
Yeah, but assignments we should get, and, as we look at them, like for instance, student-teacher ratios. That would be good to have at least some teachers and just let them know that this will be discussed, these issues will be discussed, and if they want to participate, they're welcome to.
But like I said, so that'll be just an open invite, but do you want specific like principals in here or? Yes?
That one? Very good.
Principals, what about like George, Terry, Diana, myself? What about union president?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Mr. Lewis, you available? You got your calendar?
I do.
Okay.
Okay.
We discussed that before we require a password. Just picking.
And Serena, we have your notebooks here when you have a chance to stop by for them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Ms. Davis? Okay. Item C is exit interview update by Ms. Davis.
So I'll just stay right here. We have a committee that's gonna be looking at all the survey questions that John gave us, because there's quite a few of them. We did bring on our union president to be part of that. And we do have people from the different areas. It's not just principals, it's not just teachers, but we have from maintenance, from teachers, custodial. I requested that someone from that way everybody feels they gave input on what they wanted to see on those exit questions. And I know that Mr. Kennedy had said, about 5 would be the best to get the best information. So we're hoping to meet and have that ready for the next board meeting to let you know that it's been completed. So that'll be what is our next one,
April 23rd.
So we hope to have that completed by then to start using it.
So, are you going to present the final survey to the board?
Yes.
So that'll be under unfinished business?
Correct.
Okay, wait, hold on, let me write it over here. So
And
exit
Mrs.
interview-
Davis, I just want to thank you for doing that for us. And will the exit interview be conducted for employees that have resigned this year, or will it be like going forward? How will it be implemented?
Probably moving forward, because some people that have left may not want to do it anymore. And so I know that around this time of the year, we have people either moving, resigning, deciding to retire. So it'll be really good to have it in place, because it'll be this time that's when we start getting people saying we're leaving and moving on.
And I would really like to see the ones that are willing to respond. I think it's been a very turbulent time, and whatever we can learn from that, so we can iron that out, is invaluable. And so if anybody's willing to fill that out, I would like to see it.
And just remember that anything on the survey, I cannot share with the board, and that was directed by our lawyer, that is personnel information, and that is more for the superintendent and for the principals to make decisions in the schools to improve our district. So it's the survey questions I can share with you guys, but any responses or anything like that, that is mostly for the district superintendent, or if it's in regards to a school or maintenance or whatever, it goes to them to improve their areas. It's not for the board due to it being personnel.
Is that opinion in writing, or that guidance in writing?
No, but I can ask Mr. Kennedy to give it to us.
I would like to see that. especially since the people have left, there's really no personnel action to be taken on them. I know they may implicate others in other things, but
It can, what Mr. Kennedy had stated, Mr. Guadiana, and I might misquote him, was that even people that have left, if they write something, it can prohibit them from getting other jobs because of what they wrote in there, and if it gets out in the public, it can cause a lawsuit to our district because we've released information that can hinder them from getting other jobs or slandering or anything like that, so that is why we have to protect our personnel. Okay. Okay.
So that information wouldn't be disclosed to the board at any time, because I think as a board, it would be nice to have that feedback to understand why people are leaving the district. Or, I know we discussed in the past about what people are staying for, but in closed session, we wouldn't be able to get information, and we don't even need names or any identifiable information. But I think being able to give feedback, and I don't know, I think the board not getting that information kind of,
And again, Mrs. Whittier, I will ask Mr. Kennedy to clarify that, but I know that in speaking with him, that was one of his directions, is that even if there's no names tied to it, we're such a small district that, again, it could hinder somebody from getting a job somewhere else, and it can cause a lawsuit to our district, and that's the biggest thing, is that he's trying to protect the district, and he's also trying to protect personnel. And so I will get guidance from him, and I'll have him put something in writing for us. And then I can bring that back. Any other questions?
Thank you, Ms.
so we're gonna get a copy of this.
Yes,
The
once,
questions?
yes, I will, once we get that, I plan to present at the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Thank you.
Item D, audit status, Mr. Cordova.
Okay, we had audit committee meeting on March the 21st. All the members were present there, and we discussed the 21 audit. And then on the 28th, we had another meeting at 2 o'clock, and we looked at further on the 21 audit, and there was no action taken at either meeting, and that's where we're at with the audit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Puello.
Mr. President, under new business financial subcommittee report.
A question on the audit report. Where is it in terms of submission to the state? Is it under review, or has it gone to the state?
It has not gone to the state yet.
and I have a question about the audit committee. Are we going to appoint as a board the audit committee, just so that we're legal? Because I don't know who, if you guys, did you guys appoint as a board the audit committee before I joined the board?
Yes.
Well, one member is no longer there. That was Mr. Gomez.
That's right.
Okay,
And we
so-
have Mr. Sepulveda, the president of the board, in there, and myself as the two board members.
And was this appointed by the board, the whole board? It was passed?
No, this was asked by me for him to, he's not appointed, he's just temporarily serving on there till the board makes a selection on the next, who's gonna serve.
Okay, so maybe on the next board meeting, we can have that as an action item to select
I don't know
the audit
when
committee?
we will be able to, or if we should wait till this audit is
Finished.
taken up and comes back from the state, and after that might be a better time to do it. But I'll let the president decide what the action is gonna be there.
There's a point of somebody taking action on behalf of the whole board. If it is the requirement, and it is the requirement, that appointees to the audit committee are done so by the board, it's no one's discretion to say, no, I don't think we should do that right now, maybe we could be better off. Those are arguments that could be made to sustain the membership, but not to not elect and not do our requirement of making that selection.
Like I said, this was, Mr. Gomez did not run for reelection, and he's not on the committee any longer. And as chairman, I made the decision. I ran it by the auditor and ran it by the lawyer, and they said temporarily, you can do that. And like I said, this wasn't a permanent position. And at the time that we have permanent appointees again, we will go through the board.
The audit membership on the audit committee is permanent
No.
until changed.
No,
Making a change unilaterally as a chairman circumvents the board's oversight of that selection.
No.
Regardless, yes.
no.
They can stay on there until the audit is finished. Once the audit is finished, then new board members or new appointees are done by the board.
This isn't a question of staying on there. It's a question of replacing somebody that left.
Okay, well then we're in the same boat with Serena on the finance committee. Yep, Frank Gomez was on there too.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, and I've asked that be on the agendas before, so that we can be legal in the fact that the board appoints these committees.
Like I said, it wasn't an appointment, it's just a temporary assignment.
It's an
Okay,
Until
and when
the
is
audit
the
is
audit
completed.
going to be done?
If he's sitting on that committee, it's an appointment.
He's not staying on it, he's just, till the audit is completed.
So could we put it on the agenda for the next meeting, just to appoint the audit and keep it as is? And then revisit it at another time? I just feel that now that we know that the board has to appoint the finance subcommittee and the audit committee, and we're not taking action on that, we have illegal committees. So I think we have to move on it, because we know now.
Like I said, Mr. Murillo, I leave it up to the president. He's the one, and the superintendent are the ones that make the agenda. So that I'm sure that they'll take that under consideration and go from there.
So what the president and the superintendent are going to take into consideration as to whether we comply with the law or not.
We'll see what happens then. So we'll discuss or take action at the next meeting. We need to move on because we're getting real late here. On the financial committee, we met last week. We're meeting again to review the preliminary budget, and we'll meet again on tomorrow, and with review again with the changes that Terry and we discussed to make, and that's as much as I can say right now until after tomorrow.
Where are we in terms of the process of the review of the budget? Have we gone through
So-
personnel?
She's gonna give you a report right now.
Okay.
That's the next item on the agenda under
Okay,
finance,
yeah,
is
that's
the
right.
school year 22-23 preliminary budget report by Ms. Hogan.
Yes. I got it.
Moves us to finance, Terry.
Do you wanna go grab her stuff?
Okay.
Or maybe she can.
Anybody needs to take a break for a second, or get set up, feel free to do that.
You want a chair over here?
Yes. I'll hold on my
Hmm? No.
Here's another one.
You guys need more water?
So I just gave this up.
I gave you mine.
Leave
You
it
need
up.
one?
And we had one over here, one extra one over here.
Do you need a clicker, Terry?
No, I think since I'm doing it from here, I should be okay.
I'm gonna move the mic closer to you though, because
Okay.
you're having a hard time.
Because I'm gonna have to use my mic break.
Yes.
Well, you do that.
And then Victor, can you help me? We're gonna have that,
You just gotta mute yourself.
I thought I was.
Mute your sound.
Okay. And then,
Then you'll be your present.
where am I? Right here?
Yeah. Oh wait, the next one.
Okay.
You could turn your camera off, Terry. Oh no, yeah.
No, it would just be,
It'd be a window.
it would just be this.
Hit cancel.
Oh, sorry. So,
Okay, cancel.
cancel?
And then we're gonna share again. This one.
Oh.
And then we're gonna do a window. Oh, sorry. A window.
The window, and then
Then you
open.
just select the one that you.
Enjoy your dinner. Or ruin your dinner. Not just dinner.
I'm on a diet.
I should've gotten mine, mine has chocolate. Ah, sorry.
So there's some handouts in your packets that show, that particular one, and then, this one here, and then this one. And then there's some additional ones, but, let me wait for Mr. Secretary.
Is there changes?
Yes.
Updates.
So, there are updates when we went to, spring budget last week, and, the revenue sources were reviewed for, and the worksheet that was used to calculate what our units translate to have changed from the one in your packet to the one that I'm gonna present. The one that I'm gonna present has what you had the last column in your packet to what the current values are based on what we got up in the state. We had discussed in finance the left-hand side of this column here, okay? We had already discussed that in finance, knowing that that could very likely change. So it was draft and preliminary at that point. We did have the unit value, which is the 5450.92. So I want to give you the updated information. Because of the time frame that we have, they have set our budget as the earliest budget in the state. Why? I don't know, but we're gonna go with it.
Oh,
this one packet. Yeah, one whole packet. Did you get one? And then Ms. Varela.
Thank you.
Yours.
And then Serena's, I guess we can just put it here on her.
Serena's, we can give it.
We can put it in
Yeah.
here.
You have an extra copy?
No.
No, I just have my copy now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you'll get one tomorrow.
That's what I was gonna say. Okay, so tomorrow, we're meeting in finance back to discuss what actually happened again with input, to get input for recommendations, how we need to address what we learned at the state. But I wanted to share with you tonight, because since we have such a tight time frame, you have the opportunity to look at this. You actually are the finance committee, Mr. Sepulveda and Ms. Murillo. You are the subcommittee of the board. The rest is community, and the rest is us as ex officio, but basically you are the subcommittee. So presenting it here, excuse me, hold on. So presenting it here is not prior to a finance committee. It's in addition to giving you anticipated information, including the entire board. So that's why I'm gonna go ahead and present the revisions that we've made based on what the state has provided tonight. Okay?
Can you clarify, Mr. Escala's role in this, in the subcommittee, the finance subcommittee?
As of
Right.
right now, he is one of the subcommittee from the public, until we get clarification from the lawyer as to what that presentation that was done at Region 8 is clarified.
And so, to go to your point that the board members make up the subcommittee, that's incorrect in terms of he being a part of that subcommittee.
Well,
She also said community members.
community members, that's what I said, but the board, I'm talking about strictly the board members' information to the board. I want to provide information to the entire board, which is inclusive of the members that serve on the finance committee. Does that make it clear?
Yes and no. Usually that would go to the subcommittee before it comes to the board.
That's
and
why
have
I'm
that-
saying I don't want to do that, because I don't want to not give you the information here, then go to the finance, and then we come to the special board meeting on Wednesday, and none of you have the opportunity to have seen the changes that we got last week.
So it did go to the finance committee last week with the information that we had. What you're getting here is the information that was presented to the finance committee, but some updated information based on what we learned at Nemaska last week.
You guys are killing two birds with one stone.
Right.
And we're still taking it to finance committee tomorrow
Tomorrow.
for some additional,
Input
work on it and
work.
input before we bring it back to the board on Wednesday. But we, wanted you to at least get the preliminary gist of what we've got in the budget right now.
Okay.
Okay, so to review the calculations on the SCG, so on the left-hand column that we have here is what we anticipated prior to receiving the final information on the membership, the units, the value of the units, and the 910B5 tool from the state, okay? So just to show you what but Victor, then it's not gonna share that one, huh?
You need Victor?
He's right here. It's okay, I think I got it. So now stop sharing, and then I share again, a window, and okay. So this is the tool that they use to enter all the 80 and 120 membership information. So it goes into, how many we have in SPED, how many we have in fine arts. I'm not gonna go through this entire tool because we haven't gone through this entire tool in finance, okay? I'm just showing you that this is the tool that's provided from the state. So what that translates to, and I'm just gonna give an example right here, let's say fine arts.
Can you make that a little bit bigger, Ms. Williams?
I can try, it's so tiny. Yeah. I do, but then it's like all
Yes,
over
yeah,
the
no, I-
place. So let's say fine arts program units, they have you know, they calculate the 80 and the 120 average 534.50 for 26.725 units. Okay, but as you can see on this tool, there are no dollar values attached to those units, okay? So all they do at the bottom is take all the units, which they calculate here at 2603.464, and they do times the unit value, and it gives you the bottom line. Okay, so it doesn't break it down by programs. So what I do on the sheet that I gave you, I'm going to reshare again. So let's look at this again. What I do to help us out with that is, if you look at elementary fine arts that we just looked at, it's 54.50. The unit that they allow is 0.05 for 26.725 units, which is what we looked at on the other side, times the unit value gives you $145,675.84. So that's why I do it this way, because it attaches the dollar amounts to those specific program units, rather than us looking at the entire $14 million at the bottom, 14,191,276.64. Okay, so that's why I do it. See, there's the 2603,464. So that's kind of like your guide that you have all the units in there that we're talking about. Okay, the reason we do that is that we don't use ELTP money, and this is for the as long as we've been doing ELTP, we don't use the entire 14 million, because this $590,607 is assigned to ELTP at the time that it's budgeted. So we don't put salaries in that, we don't put utilities, we don't put, you know, all of those things in under ELTP dollars. Okay? So going up, then we can see what it did. Now, our biggest thing is that when you looked at the last calculation, it was 1008 on our membership. Our membership is actually 997.75. That in itself is troublesome, and this is something that we really, really need to look at, because our trend is not going upwards. And so that means that when the state is talking about increases and level ups and $10,000 here and $15 an hour here, okay, our piece of the pie is based on those kids, those 997. That's our piece of the pie. So yes, they give us additional on SPED, they give us additional on bilingual, and we're going to look at that. But the troublesome number that we need to consider is that this number here in membership is not going up. So that our dollars are not, they're not there for what the state is asking us to mandate to do, is level up and do the things that we need to do. So that has been our biggest challenge, is trying to fit what the mandates are to the piece of the pie that's been allotted to us. Okay, so that's something that somehow we're gonna have to figure out what's going on with our kids, like what's happening to our kids. Where are they?
So we estimated that there was 1,008 students, 1,008 students that shot down to 997. The consequence of that is that the $1,217.43 that we anticipated?
No, that's units.
Per unit.
That's not dollars. That's units. The 1207.40 is units. It is not dollars.
Okay, what units is it?
Okay, so let me go forward. So a membership with weighted values per grade level, okay? So there's different weighting on different levels of first grade, second grade, and so forth. It weights it. And so the units that produces is 1083.206. Okay, that is what they apply the unit value to give us the funding of $5.9 million. Okay, so then our ECE units, which is our kindergarten and our 3 and 4Y, there we see it as well. Okay, then so we get our regular ed population. Then we scroll down and we look at our special ed population. Our special ed population actually in the AB membership, that went up. So it's a total of student population in special ed 216.5. Okay, that produced 186 units for $1,018,231. Ancillary units, it stayed the same as 11.14, and it'll give you $1.5 million. Bilingual, 758. So that's slightly higher for 675. Your elementary arts was fine. The at-risk, the factor from the prior year changed from 0.178 to 0.171. And if you look at the one you had in your packet, that shows the change there, because we already knew that change when we went to finance. Okay, so the one in your folder already had the difference between the 0.178 to the 0.171 and what difference that made. Now you take the 1,008 and you drop it down to 997. So now your at-risk units, your at-risk dollars are about $9,000 lower than we had anticipated. Okay, our elementary, our small size adjustments, they are phasing it out from 0.40 to 0.20. So there's a phase out, and the 0.20 created the difference between the 172.40 to the 171. Okay, also in high school, the rural population, they did try to offset the small school with the rural population, but it didn't make the complete difference. And then the district size, because of our population, that district size calculation was also lower. We go down to our elementary PE, and our elementary PE dropped as well. The elementary PE was holding steady at the rate of 628, and they kind of had grandfathered that total in regardless of what your actual enrollment was in the elementaries. But now they decided that they were going to go with who actually is in your elementaries. So you have and then your ELTP, which is your extended learning time. So what we use to budget the salaries and staff and program costs
is the $13,600,000, $669.45. Okay, so does anybody have questions on the revenue sources, like the revenue, how we look at that?
So what you just described is that there's a bottom line difference of $40,000 versus what you gave us earlier.
Right.
In budget planning, that's a rounding error. No. It's a rounding error in terms of the significance that it bears on what we're here to do.
Right.
So,
But you call it a rounding error, we call it an IA.
no, rounding error in terms of the significance, in terms of what it is that we're doing. If we were to spend another 20 minutes discussing $40,000 of total change in a $40 million budget, it's not time well spent. As a budget planning practice for the school board is to see, are we using the money addressing areas that need to be addressed? Are there, areas that we need improvement? Are we succeeding in areas, and how are we doing so? So when we get down into that level of discussion, I would call that what the board is supposed to be doing.
That's next. I just asked if you had questions on the revenue source.
I understand that, and that's where the discussion would be like, this is a very relevant discussion, probably in the finance committee, but coming up to the board, it should be more of, this is what we got. Nobody's gonna question whether, on the board is gonna question whether we got $40,000 more in our $14 million budget. They're gonna question where's the money going to.
Right.
And so the revenues are important, by all means. And I would hope that the discussion here is something that the public would benefit from. Right now, the public is looking at this and thinking, I have no idea. And really, they shouldn't. What we're looking at more is how it is we're gonna spend it, what it is we're prioritizing. Certainly, declining enrollments are important.
Well,
and
that's
that will be discussed.
that's all I really wanted to point out, is that our kids are not producing, we're not leveling off on our kids. And the reason I want to point that out is because I'm going to show you next what it's costing us to run a district.
That's where we need to go.
Right. So can I go there?
Yes.
Okay. So the next sheet that you have is this one here. The one in your packet had the prior revenues in it. The one that I gave you has the current revenues in it. And you had this in your packet, so these are things that you could have looked at, and if you have questions, we'll entertain, the information that's there. So I'm gonna go ahead and share that so that Miss Serena can see it as well. I need to pull up the right, this one. Mm-hmm. I was gonna put it in there, the current one.
For today's date.
Yeah. Okay, I found it. Okay, so to determine
what the salary increases were gonna cost for the current staff in all programs. So we have the CARES, the CLSD, CYFD is what helps fund the daycare, the reimbursements that we get from the daycare. Family Income Index is a relatively new grant that only Bayard qualified for at that point. The food service, Idea B, which is special ed, Medicaid, and then you have your operational program costs allocated to the program revenue that is under the green tab. So the revenue is the green tab, the red tab is what we're actually are projecting our expenditures to be once we did when I presented with the salary increases, what were the scenarios if we had level 1 teachers, level 2 teachers, the $15 increases, all of that is part of this here. Okay, so when you look at all the sources of revenue, you have roughly $18 million, you have roughly $15 million in current salaries, leveling up, and so forth. So these are what it will cost us in all the programs. Now, if you can see all the different sources that we're using to cover those $15 million. So it's not just operational. We're needing to make sure that if we maintain the current staffing that we have now with what the schools need, what the district needs as far as staffing, we would be looking at the $15 million. Now, if you take the operational general ed units, okay, because we've already allotted, if you can see here, at risk, there's a balance there. There's a balance in bilingual. There's a deficit in elementary arts for the positions that are allotted for the elementary arts. The gen ed units we take into consideration, the regular base units that I showed you from the prior sheet. That's this one here. So everything on the columns that we just discussed, those are all the pools of money that I'm looking at for the operational at-risk, gen ed, bilingual, elementary, PE, SPED, all of those total up to what we're needing to use for salaries in the operational budget. Okay, so if you look at what's left over in the gen ed, that's all we have for the fixed costs, which is the utilities for supplies and materials, for any other contractual. And we'll look at that worksheet because that's going to be your next worksheet over, is going to be your other costs besides any salary or any kind of personnel costs. So that's what this sheet here that you have, and it's the new one that I gave you. We tried to make some adjustments to allow for, where we lost units, where we had to fix. This is still preliminary to go to finance so that we can look at, do we need to adjust these numbers to be able to, get to the bottom line. Now, when you take those salary costs, then you take your gen ed units, your operating costs is this sheet here. It's this sheet here. That's what that total $2.132 million. The level ups on the on the bright side, when we look at our teachers, we have nine teachers that have put in or submitted dossiers to be able to go from level
1 to 2.
1 to 2 or 2
2
to
to
3, which helps when you calculate that index that says for your experience and education and licensing. It helps generate additional funding for that, and we also get, you know, teachers that are working towards, you know, their increasing their levels. The additional compensation that we have budgeted here, that's everything from if they have duty, if they're doing club sponsors, if they're doing extra days, that's all additional compensation. It's all considered in the compensation of the staffing, the teachers. So we have that, and then your athletic coaches are 101, and those stayed exactly the same as what we paid this year. And then your substitutes are budgeted at 125. So when you look at the gen ed units, you're over on that. And then, but then you put whatever your balances are in your art, which is negative, and then your PE units, your excluding your special ed units. So then your special ed units have a balance of 241,000, but you've got contractual services, which is for ancillary staff, of 240,000, for bottom line of $1,965. The Idea B calculations that are here in the Title I, it just helps us kind of figure out if we need to shift special ed aids, you know, from the Idea B budget to the operational, or vice versa. We have, we're looking also at needing some specialized services in special ed for students that have very select disabilities. You know, that we obviously, the DHH is deaf and hard of hearing, which is more expensive, but we have put that into the operational SPED units rather than the Idea B. So Idea B is still, we're still looking at that budget. And that one will be brought to the board when when the special ed director does the application, and then that budget will be presented in its entirety at that point in time, so we can see, because we do have some carryover funding that the state had been holding for 3 years that they've given us, which that one, the carryover, it needs to be barred, so that'll be back to the board on the next meeting, on the next regular meeting, not the special board meeting, but on the next regular meeting. The special ed carryover will be discussed at that point in time. So that it's like $314,000. So the state has been holding that for like 3 years. They just weren't pushing out that carryover for some reason. So, you know, that's gonna help alleviate some of what's over in SPED. Where we have the greatest need that we're seeing is that Snell Middle School is gonna have 67 special ed kids next year. So it's huge. It's a huge population. So we have to look at Snell Middle School as a point of focus as far as like special ed dollars.
How many do they have now?
Do you know how many special ed kids they have at Snell right now?
Was this a result of us moving to 6th grade?
No. No,
It's
because,
just them coming up from.
yeah, they're coming up from the
No, I
elementaries.
understand that, but, previously, we're in.
The high
second year now.
concentration, there's another high concentration at Bayard Elementary as well. So there, you know, those feeders, they would either be, you know, at the Bayard Elementary, because there's higher concentration and less of a concentration at Central Elementary, I think it is. So those are some of the challenges that we're needing to work on. We are able to make that budget in a plus only because we have the grant funding that we are allotting, okay? So CARES, so long-term, we need to look at how we build on our cash balance for operational so that when we push out to further years, when CARES is no longer here, when CLSD isn't here, you know, we need to start anticipating that. So we're looking at currently a tight budget because of the mandates that we have, and also because of the declining enrollment, you know. So we're looking at it tightly, but we do have some cash balance that we're looking at from the ELTP program, which hasn't ended, because we don't budget it on the front end ELTP because we don't know what that program is going to cost on the front end. But as we release those funds, they can become part of our cash balance that's going to help carry us over into the next year. Fiscally responsible says that you carry over about 4% of your budget. That's what we were, you know, discussing over at spring budget, you know. So we have not had that, and we at all. Like we've been really tight in the past few years as far as being able to carry over any cash balance. On our current budget, they had us put like $97,000 in reserve, so that's in reserve. And then we're gonna look at what, you know, potentially our cash balance would be to roll over into next year. If you look at what 4% of $14 million, it gets 530 something, I think we looked at.
Yeah. No, that's not right. That's not right. Hold on. 14. 1, 2, 3 times 4%.
It's like $560,000. So if we can recoup those savings from the ELTP program, when we got the K-5 program, we kind of tried to shift, you know, what we could to the grant K-5, you know, and then the ELTP. So, you know, compiling the two and bringing those programs together, you know, we may still have, you know, that savings. I'm not sure that it's going to be as high as the 4%.
How will, you know, we have a declining enrollment, right? So naturally, there's going to be some sort of attrition in the staff and the faculty. So how, you know, because CARES 3 is going to be there forever. That's a pretty, almost $1 million right there. How's attrition going to be able to help us, natural attrition? Because we have a declining enrollment, like, you know, we should probably have a declining
in staff.
Facility and staff, right? And so with natural attrition, with maybe movement, you know, someone moving to another school and retirement, how's that going to help us looking forward? Or on average, I should say.
Right. And those are pretty much the tough questions that we're we're trying to like talk with the principals on. How are we gonna make this happen? There's, you know, possibly some key positions that in a couple of years are looking at retirement. You know, having those discussions, candid discussions with people and seeing where we're at as far as what we need to, you know, right now, we are not in a position where we need to make huge cuts. We can do shifts. We can still do shifts. But if we don't,
2 years, I mean, that stuff's gonna be gone.
yeah,
The gap between what you showed us for revenue, which is 14 million plus, and yet we have a salary and benefits number of 18,700,000.
that's from the other programs.
That's.
That's all the programs put together that I have listed
So what
there.
programs are there not included in this funding?
The CARES, the CLSD,
In the revenue?
in
Yeah,
this
in the
one.
revenue.
Yeah,
And the
I'm just giving you the SCG, which is the operational revenue from the state.
So it would help me anyway, if we had what our total amount was versus trying to figure out why there's a gap between the amount of revenue that we're bringing in versus even just salaries all by themselves without
You
operational
have it
costs.
there. You have it on the green sheet. On the sheet that has the green, that's all your grants with
This sheet.
salaries. Yeah,
But and it shows the source of money?
yes.
Yes, right here, the source is right here on the
So-
left.
This goes, so it's $15 million additional money?
No. The red side is what we're spending on staff. The green side is what the money we have for coming in from the different sources for salaries and benefits in those programs. The variances is what we have to use for fixed costs, which we only put the operational side because the other ones are allotted to the programs.
So the green column,
Is money.
Is
Green
our-
means money.
it is our total amount of revenue,
That's from all the programs.
including grants.
Yes, those are the grants. That's CARES, CLSD, CYFD.
Okay, and so having understood this really is better defined if we understood the 18 million, and that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. And to answer Mr. Molina's question, the tough decisions to balance things out are the board's responsibility. This is where we need to know the things that we're supposed to have an anticipated revenue for years on out, not just annually or right before we do a budget. And we're supposed to know where that is in terms of the impact of the programs, students and teachers. And we're supposed to make the decisions as to whether, okay, is that going to be something that's going to be loaded on the teachers? Are we going to look at, do we need as much administrative staff or ancillary staff? Those are the decisions we're supposed to make, and that's really where the budget discussion needs to be. Not certainly an element of that is within the schools. But we need to understand enough so that we know that the decisions that we make, one, support our strategic plan, which will be nice, it will be nice when we have one. Two, meets the benefits of the needs. One of the things that I see that we're doing now, for instance, that we're losing money on, is we don't have remote learning for students that opted out of going to the classroom. Instead, those go to Ingenuity.
But at Ingenuity, they're still our students. They're
Yes.
still enrolled in our district,
that's-
so they're still our students.
So we're still getting money
Yes,
for that?
yes, because we
Yes.
have, even though we have teachers from Ingenuity, we still have some of our staff that are supporting that. So yes, those are still our kids.
Yeah, and that's where the board, I hope, gets involved in terms of, I know parents that are very disappointed that they're not able to do remote on the classrooms. And that way it gives a continuity of the instruction when they go from one grade to another grade to another grade. And that's, those are decisions that should be made by the board. And we are losing some money to Ingenuity because we have to pay for that service.
Mhm.
So.
And we're getting it from CARES, right?
Yeah.
We're not using operational dollars for
We're only
that.
paying for elementary because the secondary schools, we have Ingenuity, we've been part of the consortium with the REC even before we got into the whole COVID thing. We've been probably with them, 3 years, 4 years already? So we don't pay huge dollars to the consortium to be part of the Ingenuity for
No.
secondary.
And there's very few students that adopted that, and they opted for that for personal reasons and or very much health
Well, and
reasons.
even before that, the high school was using it for credit recovery. They use it for enrichment classes for kids who want to excel and move ahead.
Mhm.
So the high school especially has been using it for a while.
But the point is that getting involved in the curriculum would give us a better understanding of the programs. And with that, we can make this, the board can be an active member, as it should be, in terms of making budget decisions when there's a reduction in revenue or an increase of revenue. And we're nowhere close. The board's not delved into that one iota.
Okay, so now, I'm gonna stop sharing this one if nobody has any.
Can I ask a question before we move on?
Sure. Sorry, I took it off. Did you need to see it?
I'm trying to listen on my, on the YouTube because I can't hear very well. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So looking at the staffing projections, there's some schools that have a projected need that is less than their current teachers. For example, SNAL says the total projected need is 7.66, and currently they have 9.
Those are in your packets. What she's referring to are the PowerPoint pages of your packet.
So I guess I'm just wondering in regards to budget, how is, I know it's still early in, it's April, but are we going to be losing a large amount of teachers, maybe for they're leaving the district or they didn't pass their tests, anything like that that would affect the budget in a great way?
So, Serena, we are going to go to the next phase and discuss that with you guys tomorrow.
In finance.
In finance, because that is the next step, knowing what, now that we have the solid numbers that we have and where we have the money for those staff members. Next, we're gonna present the information on what the what the schools have, what they need, and then where do these dollars fit in that I was just presenting at each school site. So it'll be broken down per site at the finance meeting. So we weren't quite there with last week with you guys. So we wanted to go further with that with you guys tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now, for the board, for the rest of the board, just to let you know, that's why I included the slides that I did for each school site that shows, and just so you know, the projected and the current. So let's look at, if we look at staffing at Cobre, right now they have 8.5, projected would be right around 8. So, I mean, they're pretty across the board with, you know, the 8 that they the 8.5 that they currently have. So but again, we need to go through with finance what what these translate into dollars at each of the school sites.
Can we get, when you do this analysis, do you do student-teacher ratios in terms of the individual classrooms, or do you do it by the school?
Well, it's got your ratios on your sheets that are in your packet. It's got your number of kids in each of the grades. And what's
With the exception of the high school and the middle school?
theirs is done different because you have your projections up on top and how many would be in language arts and so on. And math.
That's how many each teacher can see in a day.
So again, we're not gonna delve too far into that because we still have to break down what we had up on the screen for the dollars and translated into staffing. Now, just for review of the final step would be to review what the non-salaried costs would be. We did go through it again after we had gone into finance and kind of been able to trim down a little bit more of where we saw that the expenditures were not necessarily done or needed or necessary at that point. So what I've highlighted are the ones that we made changes on since finance. And so if you had your packets, you know, you can go through and kind of see where we're at on that. And then, of course, we'll go back into finance tomorrow and see if we need to shift. You know, there are some where we increase, like for instance, student travel. Knowing the price of gasoline, it's gonna cost more to travel than it cost last year. You know, significantly in a bus, significantly, you know, for those. So, you know, there are areas where we did do increases and there are areas where we did do decreases.
Very happy to see the legal fees went down from 100,000 to 60,000.
Well, we hope that they stay that way when we go into next year's budget. But that was one thing that we were able to discuss with other finance and superintendent colleagues up at the spring budget is that responsibly, we should budget about $60,000. And
That's in talking with other districts. That's the
talking in other
recommendation.
districts with superintendents, with other finance directors and so forth. So, you know, those are some of the things that in talking with our colleagues, we were able to come up with, you know, that we're not so far off from, say, another neighboring district or so forth, you know. And with that, that's the preliminary. You have the sheets, you know, we hope that that part of it, unfortunately, like I said, we have the first budget that's due. And I mean, that's never ideal. They haven't even opened the template for the budget submission to be able to upload the budget, even if we wanted to do it any earlier than in the next 2 days. So that's the picture that we have at this point. You know, we're still looking at things that we need to do so we can come back and present those, you know, at that point.
Is performance data considered, like areas that we're not doing very well in? For instance, math and science. Is that taken into account, or are we just looking at it in terms of student-teacher ratio?
all of it. You know, one of the things we wanted to do was purchase science curriculum this year, but when we went to the finance, we went to the NMASBO training, Diana went to a session on science, and they're recommending that we not spend money on science materials because the state is going to be offering some free materials next year through Open SciEd, which we already have at the middle school and high school. So the chance of us getting that at the elementary is going to be pretty good. So they're saying don't spend your money on that because we're going to get, you'll be getting probably free materials from us next year. So we're going to look at shifting that possibility to maybe some bilingual materials at the elementary, but we know that the middle school, because of this new staff that they're going to have in their science department, may still need some additional supplemental science materials in addition to what they have with the Open SciEd, so we're still going to look at that for the middle school.
And is there any kind of perspective in terms of electronic texts versus hard copy texts?
I think most of our materials that we have are both. We get the hard copies, but everything is available electronically as well through the adoption for no additional cost. All the teacher resources and student books, correct?
Yes, so like for our English department, we buy a classroom set of books, but their books can be downloaded as well.
Okay, but the students get those books?
The classroom set?
Yes.
No, they stay in the classroom. That way, if they forget their Chromebook or something, there's a book right there for them.
So it's not like a book for every student?
No, because their book is downloaded, so they can download their material onto their Chromebook.
Okay, and that's, so they don't get text? Because some people learn better with the book.
No, their text is on their computer.
Okay, so.
So
they
all
don't
the,
get-
all the students have their textbook on their computer.
They don't get a hard copy.
They don't get a hard copy.
Okay, that's where I'm,
And,
that's what I'm asking.
but at the elementary, they have a hard copy for every student.
Okay, because that hasn't been the case before. I know when my kids were there, they weren't getting especially math.
No, we've had math textbooks for every student. In fact, we just adopted the iReady. We found stacks of stacks of workbooks that were unused at the elementary
And they
level.
were at the
Probably like
schools.
200, 300 books that were unused at the elementary.
And I can let you guys
The
know,
kids can get them.
no, we email the teachers and say, how many do you need? And they're like, no, we have some in our classroom, they just don't use them. They said, we don't want to use those. So we do end
Because
up,
usually when
with
we,
every adoption, we end up losing sometimes because they don't want to use those books, and I can vouch for that, because especially for the math, because I kept track of the math, and there are materials that they choose not to use, and so we have stacks and stacks of it.
and whenever we
That's all good and well when there's a success rate, but if there isn't a success rate, that should beg the question.
And when we adopt this series, we get the workbooks for free for the life of the adoption, which is for 6 years. And so, like the math, just got an email to submit the order for the workbooks for next year. But we have ordered hard copies of books for every student at the elementary.
But they're on the computer. Well, we can cover that later, but
Well, if they're free materials, I mean, we still.
We still order them.
Yeah, we still order them just in case. So like I say, this is the preliminary. I know preliminary, and then 2 days later is final, is kind of hard. So I'd ask that please, if you, can take these, look at them, so that we have something in a couple of days. We're gonna go to finance tomorrow. We're gonna nitpick it and do what we need to do with it to make that budget balance. And then we have to submit.
Then we have a special board meeting on Wednesday at 4 o'clock.
Terry,
Yes.
could you email that information to the finance subcommittee before the meeting tomorrow so we have a chance to look it over,
Yes,
please?
yes.
Thank you.
will salaries will individual salaries, and particularly still the same ones that have been interested in the entire time, are administrative salaries? Will they be reviewed, and will they be compared to the other districts? We're gonna get that in a very short time, but, there was increases, substantial increases that, were never, approved by the board, not as a board. But the other part too is that there is a line item, last time I saw, the salaries, there was a column that had expenses, and that wasn't there before, and I have no clue what that means. And it's substantial, like for instance, for, superintendent, I think it's close to $40,000.
Expenses.
Yes.
I don't know,
Yeah,
what information?
I can set, it's one of the spreadsheets that I got when I was on the committee that I had asked about. But I'll send you a copy of that, and, the thing that bothers me, one, it wasn't there before. Two, there's no definition of what it's used for. Three, we don't have a policy on what says that's an acceptable expenditure or not. And with that, and it was for every single person. It wasn't just administrative.
Not sure what you're referring to.
Okay, I'll send it.
Yeah, 'cause I don't
And
know, I haven't
so,
sent
but
anything
the
like
question
that
going
out.
to
This-
salaries and going to particularly administrative salaries, will that be discussed in the, finance committee meeting? You don't need,
I don't know that individual salaries per position are something that is discussed.
that is what?
Outside of personnel, I don't know.
Everybody's salary is public information. Everybody's salary is public information. Has absolutely nothing to do with, anything that's covered, as a privacy, for personnel issues. None of it is. Every single salary is public information.
I think that would be good information for the finance subcommittee to have. The other finance committee I am on, we receive that information. And like Gilbert said, it is public information, salaries. So I think it would be good for the finance committee to have.
We're gonna have discussions on salaries, cause we have to see if we have the teachers, you know, the number of teachers for the schools, and we have to see what.
And as, out of concern, I specifically asked for the salaries for every teacher. Please, if you could send it to me on Excel. For everybody that works in the school district.
Just you, or the whole board, or what
No,
do I do?
I'll ask one, and if anybody wants a copy, I'll be happy to.
I don't have a problem with it, I just don't know, like, at this point to submit a budget, we can look at those things, we have the salaries for broken down for, you know, at-risk, bilingual, gen ed, all of those. We can also categorize them, whether they're in the functions that they're in, which is instruction, ancillary, which is what I've done before, is that what percentage is in instruction, general administration, we break it down by function, we've done that. We can bring it back that way. I don't know that we have time to have a huge discussion 2 days before the budget is due.
I don't know, probably $15 million of expenditure wasn't a big issue before 2 days before the budget.
It has been, we have been
In
working
the
on
aggregate forms, And like I said, I'm mainly interested in administrative costs, but, I'd like to have everybody's one, especially since, there could be deviations.
But to get the budget to the state doesn't care if John Doe is making so much money. They wanna, just like Terry says, it's broken down into those functions.
That's true, but the board should care.
Well, but right now, to get the budget to the state, this is what we need to concentrate on.
And it's something I've been arguing for 2 years.
Okay, if that's it for now, I'm done for now.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you.
Okay, brings us the public input on anything on our agenda.
Thank you for your patience.
Well, I guess I had to stick around, they didn't let me talk earlier, so. I guess, Mr. President, members of the board, for those of you that are listening online and can't see me, my name is George Esquela. As you know, I've been attending a number of board meetings since last year. And I was hoping to have asked these questions of your architect earlier, but was not afforded the opportunity. So now I guess hopefully Mr. Peru or Mr. Sepulveda can answer my questions. But I guess my first question is, the board, you as a board now, have taken action for the same pot of money for 2 different projects. Back in December 15th, the board took action to move forward via the CES process with the auxiliary gym.
No.
That's in the minutes,
Yeah, but it was to move forward with the architect for the location and design and stuff like that.
No, sir, I'd have to beg to differ, but the minutes say differently. It was to move forward with soliciting a contractor to move forward with the construction of the auxiliary gym. So that was back in December 15th, and now the board took action for that same pot of money with a different motion now for a different project at Central Elementary. So, you know, it would, based on my attendance of commission meetings, council meetings, it would assume that in that motion that was made, that it should have been retracted, the first motion or action taken. So I just wanted to put that out there, that you have now 2 actions for the same pot of money. And in regards to the timeline, I understand that December 1st is the deadline to expend the money. So, and I don't see that a timeline was provided in terms of when the design will be completed, and whether the district's gonna go out via the CES process, which is quicker in order to get a contractor on board, or we're gonna go out with competitive bid. Because to spend 1.2 million between now and December 1st, considering the fact that materials are now delayed in as much as they are, 7.5 months to design, obtain bids or quotes, and construct within 7.5 months seems, in my opinion, a little bit of a stretch. So I just wanted to put that out there to the board as well. And again, the question, I don't know, George, or Mrs. Varela, if you guys are gonna plan to go, because it wasn't stated whether you guys are gonna go CES.
We're gonna go CES.
CES, okay. And then, you know, there was plenty of discussion in regards to the budget today. And what I heard earlier from the architect was that it appears that the project is gonna come in over budget.
On the old one?
No, on this one. He said 1.1 million.
No,
The other project was 1.4. This one, what I heard earlier, was 1.1 million.
1,050,000.
Okay, so rounding up, by the time you add GRT, you're gonna be up there, and then by the time you back out professional services. So I guess my question is, in regards to the budget, should there be an allocation or some kind of dollar amount put in the budget? And I guess we can discuss this tomorrow, if in the event the bids do come in, or the CES quote does come in high, that way it's already in the budget, so that you don't have to go through the bar process using As the architect said, you know,
Yeah,
all
it
time is
would-
critical now.
It wouldn't be part of the operational budget. This is, what I was presenting was operational. We didn't discuss the bond budget, nor the SB9 budget. So the bonds, whatever would come in under, would have to be under capital money. It wouldn't be under operational money.
So it'd be a different pot of money
It
than.
would be a different pool of money
Okay,
altogether.
and that budget's already set?
No, the budget for SB9 is, what we're coming on a bar for in the next, on the next, 2 board meetings, yeah.
Okay,
But
just curious,
Is
again.
that for next year?
No, the current, remember,
Okay,
we
but
have
that's,
it,
what he's talking about is the budget for next school year, which there's no bar that's gonna touch that until we have adjusted, I mean, till we submit a budget.
right, so we would have to, what they told me at capital outlay is we need to approve the SB9 budget for this year before they'll even consider looking at a budget for next year. So we need to get that bar in first, and then put it'll probably be on a bar because it's past our budget deadline, on a bar for the next year's SB9. And the reason that we've been doing that is because of, we're working with Paul on the facilities master plan to prioritize the projects that need to be addressed first and foremost on this budget, then going forward to the next year budget and so on.
So the planning phases of that are being done in administration without the finance committee or board participation?
No, Paul has come to the meetings, and we are working with he just presented last week, Mr. Aguilar, and he's on the facilities master plan, so those are some of the things that.
And he presented in the work session and gave you all a copy of that.
I understand that, but there's like, what is it, 400,000 a year that come from that? And so how we can say that's being spent is not something that we're participating in planning? That's what I'm saying?
I'm saying that we come to you with a bar.
That's not participating in planning.
I guess that was one of my questions.
But that was kind of the purpose of that work session that we had with Paul, where he had all those projects, so that we could still look at those, because that's not been finalized yet.
And again, I'm only asking the question because again, I'm a member of the finance committee meeting, or finance committee. I'm just trying to educate myself in regards to what's gonna, what's gonna be coming, so.
And we have put it on the agenda, we just didn't have anything at that point to be able to continue working on it, because we were waiting for Mr. Aguilar to present projects to the board before we started putting a budget together.
So then like, if the Central Elementary Gym does come in over budget, that's something that's, can be paid for from SD money, or that's capital, that's a different, the capital is a different pot of money?
SB9 is capital.
Yeah, okay, so SB/capital. Okay.
And the repairs on the existing wrestling building can also come in under SB.
Okay.
Which we need to remember to ask him to add that, because we didn't have it on the original.
Right, and I was gonna address his question about that we would put your question of the wrestling stuff, when we were talking about the facilities master plan on the prioritizing of those projects.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
I guess the last question, because I know you guys have still quite a bit to go, but, you know, I guess in regards to the agenda, there was the audit as well, and is there an anticipated date for submittal at this point in time?
What he has said is that because it ran into his tax season, that's why we've already provided all the information that they need to finalize their field work but because of tax season going into their timeline of tax season, that's why they can't.
His target date is May 1.
May 1.
May 1. Okay, that's nice.
Maybe.
It's out of, it's out of our hands.
It's out of our
We
hands.
provided the information.
Yeah, so pretty much then in an audit, there'll probably be a finding for it being
Oh,
submitted.
that was a
Yes.
finding from the beginning,
Yeah,
from
okay.
when it wasn't in November.
You know, and again, this isn't a question, it's more of a statement. But again, these meetings are advertised as an open meetings. And to try to muffle the, the public to ask questions on an agenda item and have to wait till public input when action is taken, doesn't seem the proper way to go about it. It seems
That's why we have the thing on
counterproductive.
public input on anything on our agenda, and then we have another one down here
No,
for
I-
public
I
input. We're not
understand.
muffling nobody.
No, I understand that, but again, my question was that I had raised my hand to ask a question
Well-
during an agenda discussion topic, and I wasn't allowed to talk. And again, I'm not trying to be.
But that's why we say on anything on our agenda, so you can go back and ask anything on here.
I understand that, but it's after the fact when action is already taken. So again, I'm not trying to be argumentative or anything like that. I'm just saying that.
Well, I'm not either. I'm just saying
as
what
an open
it says
meeting-
on our agenda.
As an open meeting, you would hope that public input or public involvement would occur as the agenda's going along. So again, I'm just pointing that out. And again, it seems counterproductive. You know, we are in a democracy, and people should be afforded the opportunity to bring their concerns at the time of discussion versus after a decision has been made, because by that time it's too late. When somebody in the community can maybe present something that looking from the outside in, that you as the district may not see. So I'm just pointing that out.
And
So again, thank you.
And me not known for mincing words, I find that very offensive that we have that at the end. When we're asking people, give us your input after we make a decision, it's insulting, and it is not transparent, and it belittles the input, the participation, it reduces the participation that would actually have an impact on our decisions.
Mr. President, can I bring up a point of order?
Yes.
On the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1, it says, "All meetings of any public body except legislative and the courts shall be a public meeting. All persons so desire shall be permitted to attend and listen to the deliberation and proceedings. Reasonable effort should be made to accommodate the audio or anything like that." And furthermore, it says that it is not a place for the public to ask questions. If you got questions, submit them to the superintendent, and it's all in here.
I understand that.
Okay, well, there it is.
And I have submitted emails that have gone unanswered, so again, you know, we can debate this all night.
No, we're not debating it, I'm just telling you what, the way that it is.
Again, I've attended a number of
Yeah.
commission, council meetings, stuff like that, so again, I understand, and each board handles things differently, and I understand that this board certainly handles things differently than others, so again, I apologize, I wasn't trying to be disrespectful or rude, just pointing out my concerns, my comments, again, from somebody who's out in the public.
And what the law states versus what we decide to do can be not the same, so long as it doesn't,
Break the
cause a
law.
Mr. Guadiana, also, the other thing that happens at the board meeting is the president giving you permission to talk.
I didn't interrupt you.
Are you asking him
Did
to?
you ask him?
Yes, I did. Yes, I
Hey,
did.
gentlemen,
But-
we have the
We have,
business of the
no, what
board
I'm.
to attend to.
We need to move on.
My point is that we need to follow our policies and procedures, and our policies do include public input.
Is there anybody out
There
there
is a
that's
time for
asking
it.
questions, Victor?
No, sir.
No.
I apologize for.
Any other thing?
distracting you guys from the agenda.
That's okay.
Any other public input on things on our agenda? Moving to superintendent report.
Mr. President, members of the board, on the superintendent report, you do have some elementary calendars in your packet for April. You also have a copy of the PD schedule. We did have a professional development day on Friday. We have Cobre High School administration who has very patiently sat for 3.5 hours to be able to present to you on Cobre High School happenings. So Ms. Montoya, Mr. Diaz, thank you so much for your patience and thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Go for it.
Mr. Sepulveda, members of the board, Mrs. Varela, we just want to kind of highlight why we're here, right? We do all this stuff, and it's ultimately for the kids and the people that we serve in our community. So I just kind of want to highlight a few things that have been going on within the district and things that are going to be happening as far as our athletics are concerned. So our baseball and softball district games, they start tomorrow. They'll last for about the next 3 weeks. We'll have district golf coming here on Monday, May 2nd. We'll be hosting that as well. We'll be hosting our track meet this Thursday. We're looking to have about 10 to 15 teams here, so it should be pretty exciting. We also have our state softball and baseball, which is coming up here real soon as well, May 11th and 13th. We also have state track and state golf also coming up as well. I did want to highlight a few of our students. So far this year we had 3 state champions in wrestling. We had Nico Trujillo, Aiden Quintana, and Arthur Quintana. And this was our first year we had girls wrestling, which was really exciting. That was really fun to see girls wrestling. We also have, in track, we already have 3 state qualifiers, which is pretty exciting. Gabe Gutierrez, he qualified in a 100-meter dash. Qualifying times are 11.7 seconds, so he was under that time, which was great. We had Yaya Garcia in the long jump. He jumped 20 feet 3 inches, which qualifying was 19. And then we also had GJ Peru, which he qualified in the javelin, and qualifying throw was about 135-ish. He threw 161. So wow. We're looking to have some competitors at the state level here in the next coming weeks. That's all I have for athletics, but there's a whole bunch more that Ms. Montoya wants to cover.
Good evening. So real quickly, we had 6 bands participating in our Bob Caston Memorial Band Festival last Wednesday, or actually March 30th. Our judges were Joseph Flores from the Las Cruces Public School Fine Arts Coordinator, and then Kristen Major. She is an instructional assistant with NMSU. So what they did was the bands performed, then 30 minutes after, they got the instruction from the judges. Our scores were the highest of the day. We scored a 95% in both categories. Final band concert will be May 3rd at 7 p.m. So if you guys can get out there, go watch them. They actually did really, really well. Prom is coming up. It's going to be held April 30th from 8 to 12 at Cobre High School. The after prom will be held at Mingo's. We are breathalyzing before and after to help with the alcohol. We had a college day this morning for all juniors and seniors. We had about 6 or 7 colleges there, all the way from Northern Arizona to NMSU to WyoTech. We had a cosmetology school there, so we had all kinds of different universities present. Tomorrow we are doing the NMASR testing for juniors. Wednesday and Thursday we will be doing the SAT testing for juniors in the mornings. We have also received a grant to begin a life skills program next year with our freshman students. So they will be taking the life skills program along with the study skills program. In that class, they will be developing personal self-management skills, general social skills, and drug resistance skills. So we just actually got the award letter last week. We are also in the process of planning a CHS cleanup day on May 6th is the tentative date. We want to invite the community, all the clubs, all the athletic events to help us beautify the campus, cut weeds. We are going to provide water, hot dogs, and hamburgers, so we'll be grilling out there for any of the ones who come out and volunteer.
What time is that, Ms. Montgomery?
We are hoping to start probably at 8 or 9. That way it's not too hot. So we may even get donuts.
We'll send more information out as we get closer.
Yeah. So that idea came to me as I was working out at 5 in the morning. Okay, Key Club, we have 14 current active members. They have attended numerous community events, one of them being Wreaths Across America, where they helped place the wreaths on at Fort Bayard. They've also done community work at Bayard and Hurley Elementary. We are attending, they are working with Western to host a leadership conference on April 28th. And they are doing an annual Easter egg hunt with the community event that's scheduled in Silver on April 16th. Now, Mesa, we have 36 current students in there. 6 of the seniors are eligible for the Loyalty Award, so they can get a scholarship of $500 plus since they've been in it for more than 1 year. They've gone on numerous virtual field trips, virtual conferences. We actually had 2 teams compete last week.
Yeah.
I think it was last week. It was a virtual MESA conference. The awards were tonight. I just got the text from Karen McCauley, who is the sponsor. We had Kiana Huerta, who got 2nd place for on-site engineering. And then we have Kiana Huerta, Daniel Martinez, Matthew Chavez, and Mika Racho, who placed 1st in the prepared design. So they did really well this year. We also have a clip from Kiana Huerta presenting her robot that she created.
What her team created.
Well,
Hi, my name is Kiana Huerta, and I'm currently a junior at Cobre High School in the Southwest region. Today, I'm going to be demonstrating our project for the Mesa Day competition, as well as a few programs that we have implemented into this. So, ITO is designed to be for grades 3 and lower, and is meant to kind of serve as a classroom pet. He teaches several curriculums, including your basic colors. Today we have yellow as demonstration, as well as your basic numbers. We also have 1, 2, and 3 in the system, but the numbers can range from 0 all the way to 10. Another thing that ITO also teaches kids is proper animal handling, as well as proper animal care. So I'm going to go ahead and start the program. So in order to start ITO up, you just simply press this button here, and he will wake up. Okay, so now that ITO is up and ready to go, I'm going to go ahead and demonstrate our petting system. So the petting system is basically using this touch motor here, and I will demonstrate this now. So after being pet, ITO is designed to stand back up so they continue doing all the other programs. He sits down and purrs. So another thing that ITO is capable of doing to give him a little bit more personality is every few seconds he's designed to bark and wink. There we go. Okay, so this just keeps kind of like a lively attitude for ITO so that he's active and engaging. Another thing that we designed ITO to do is using a touch sensor in the front. ITO is able to eat food. Using the color that's corresponded for his food, we have different colors corresponded for the lessons for today, but these colors can be changed. So I'm going to demonstrate this using a pink scrunchie. His food sensor is detected using the color red, but it also detects the red hues in the scrunchie. So let's begin. So So whenever you give Ito food, he'll smell it and he'll say thank you, and then he'll lift his leg up. We kind of added that to kind of give him a little bit more personality, and he'll say, "Uh-oh, sorry." Finally, a few curriculums we have implemented in his programming is the color detection. Using the same sensor that we had as the food, he's able to say what this color is. So he says yellow. This kind of helps kids to memorize their basic colors. We can actually have multiple colors running at the same time, but I kind of just kept it as yellow for today to kind of keep it short and sweet. In addition to this, Ito also teaches your basic numbers. So in order to start that program up, you would press the same button that you did to start him.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
And those are the basic functions of our project Ito. It's still an ongoing project, and we kind of just recently worked out all the kinks, and I really hope you enjoyed Ito, and I am super excited to kind of see where this project goes in the future. Thank you so much.
Also, just a shout out to Ms. McCauley, runs MESA, doing a great job. Obviously, we're doing well, and our kids are representing well. So, I just want to give them a round of applause. That was great.
Ms. Cornwell in Snell,
That's what Ms. Cornwell as well. Exactly. Thank you.
And they built that from scratch?
Yes.
Pretty cool.
That's really impressive.
Yeah.
As juniors.
Lots and lots of hours. I know Key Club meets twice a month and MESA meets, I think, every week, or they've been meeting every week. So, anything else? I went really fast.
No,
I know you guys are
You
tired.
mentioned some dream makers.
Oh yeah, dream
working
makers
on-
are there, working with the drones and medical. I know UNM has gone in and taught them how to suture on dummies, so they've learned how to suture. So now if any of us crack our head open, they can send us right up, and we'll keep on going. What else? Dream Makers Drone Club is going, we're still live streaming, getting ready for graduation.
What about the classes that Hampton is teaching with the media?
They're doing the live streaming and yearbook, so we kind of combine them. So, and they'll be out there doing the live streaming for graduation as well. And they still do live streaming for some of the games.
Is there a program that has a participation at UNM where the students stay a month there? My son got into that, and I was wondering because he's going to be a ninth grader, if it related to high school.
I don't know if it's correlated to any of our clubs.
I'll see if I can get some information if you're interested in looking. I know I have some information from Duke University, and actually there's some people willing to contribute to a scholarship.
Well, and
for
we
that.
have Mika. She is going to take summer classes at Harvard University.
All right.
So.
Let's go. Undergrad? Yeah. Undergrad. Yeah, cool.
So she's already been accepted into that program and started summer school with them. So.
Nice. And we are also planning our week orientation for next year. We'll maybe send out some invitations as we get closer. You'll see our air band competitions and see our teachers performing as well. So that's more to come.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. And thank you for waiting.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Other items under superintendent report is we do have a special board meeting on Wednesday at 4 o'clock. And then also we've kind of been talking about the strategic plan. Last meeting, we kind of had narrowed down the meeting to the first week in May. So he has said he's available May 2nd, 3rd, and 5th. Remember, it was a 6 to 9 community event. So if we could pick one of those dates, I can get back to him on that. So they just said the band concert is the 3rd at 7, so I don't know. We wouldn't be able to use the Performing Arts Center. So May 2nd or May 5th.
You're asking the dates?
Preferences?
I'll be unavailable on the 4th and the 5th.
The 4th and the 5th, you're available the 2nd?
Yes, ma'am.
The rest
That's
of
on a
you-
Monday, right?
Mhm. The rest of you available on the 2nd? Okay, we'll make that the date then, so.
What time?
He had said 6 to 9,
What, I'm sorry, didn't hear.
6 o'clock to 9 o'clock. And we'll probably have to do this one at the Performing Arts Center, because that's the community event. And then last thing, I did receive an email in reference to your training hours.
Excuse me, Joyce. Thank you.
So you're required to have 5 hours, correct, Mr. President, per year?
Yes, ma'am.
And so, Mr. Sepulveda, you have 12.5, Mr. Cordova, 22.5, Mr. Guadiana, 11.5, Ms. Murillo, 20.5, and Mr. Molina, 14.5. So it appears correct that everybody has met their hours for this year, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So she wanted you to look it over, make sure that it's accurate. And I'm not sure why the one name is highlighted. I don't, there's nothing in here that explains why, so I'm not sure. And that concludes my superintendent report.
And in reference to training, the law conference is coming up June.
2nd to the 4th.
Yeah,
June
2nd to the 4th in Albuquerque. And I talked to, Irma. There you go. I still want to call her Irene. Today, and I guess she was trying to block some rooms out.
She did. She
She
reserved,
did?
she went ahead and reserved 9 rooms, and then we can always decide later, and, you know, if that needs to be whittled down, we can do that at a later
Okay.
time. But at least we got rooms at Embassy Suites, which is where the
Okay.
training will take place.
Because I was,
And then
she
she'll
was-
call them back,
for the code.
tomorrow. She'll call them back. I think that's when the information's supposed to come out, so that if we get lower rates, she'll call in and get the new rates on the rooms, but at least we have them.
Okay. Is that it?
So, public input?
Public input. At this time, our union president has been sitting there real quiet. I'd like for him to introduce himself, and for those that don't know who he is. And
Alrighty, well, thank you, board, for allowing me to speak to you guys tonight. I know that, like, you guys have a lot on your agendas, and I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Aaron Lewis. I'm here to help bring our kids the best education we possibly can and work with everybody here. Me and Joyce have already had a couple of meetings to talk and see where we can improve on things that we're hearing on our end. Listening to budgets and stuff, I implore you to please consider the fact that we are already understaffed as teachers and special educators and administrators in the buildings. There's already classes running at large sizes and stuff. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of that. So as you were looking at your budget cuts, you may want to, I don't know where you can get it from, that's where it comes from, but I really hope that it doesn't come from the classrooms, because the kids are gonna be the ones who ultimately suffer. That's where we come from again. And do you guys have any questions of me or any things that you would like to know about what's happening in the schools or anything? I do teach at 5 of the schools in Cobre. I teach guitar at Snell, and then I handle the elementary music program, so I see all of our kindergarten through 6th grades or 5th grade students in a general music setting. So I get around the district a little bit every week. Yes, sir.
One, I want to thank you for doing what you're doing, and it's good to see a union representation now. We haven't seen that in a while. But I had a question, a technical question of what contract are you working under?
I am your music teacher.
No. Union contract. Is there a union contract?
The union contract, last time we collective bargained was 2018. We are going to be collective bargaining this summer. The reason that the collective bargaining hasn't been done in the time, and more recently, is because of the fact that the state was involved with a lawsuit that put a hold on all collective bargaining for a period of time. And now that that seems to have been resolved, they want to go ahead and get back into the collective bargaining process, so we'll go ahead and redo the contract and ratify it with the staff this year.
Thank you.
Now, we've already talked about getting that set up and get going with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Take it you're going to be participating in the interviews with or the meetings with
You guys are going to get to know me.
applicants.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other public input?
Mr. President, I didn't have someone, I guess.
Go ahead.
All right, good evening, Superintendent Varela, President Sepulveda, and members of the board. You know, y'all know me. I'm Victor Rambla, Director of Technology for Cobre Schools. I'm thankful to be here again tonight. I have Daniel Jaramillo, our Network Administrator. We're here hosting and live streaming your school board meeting. As y'all know, one of the many tasks that my department took on was having to create a real-time video recording and broadcasting of your guys' school board meetings. As the pandemic did hamper the public access to open public meetings, we have placed full dedication to achieving the task in order to meet the obligation of allowing the option to have the general public view the board meetings via Google Meet or YouTube, and via YouTube, and also allowing the public to have an option of being involved and participating via Google Meet. We never came up with an agreement on how we were to handle all of this. Rather yet, it was just thrown at us back in March of 2020. The obligation has now become an obligation without compensation, as a requirement to meet open meetings does not require live streaming the meetings and can now be conducted in person now that restrictions have been lifted. After the last few board meetings, I got the feeling that the live streaming will be a continual service beyond the COVID pandemic era. This will continue to be a non-mandated service commitment that I feel should be compensated, as it is going beyond our contractual commitment hours. Time compensation is a way to satisfy service work orders. The IT department has a department of 2 staff members down from a team of 4 due to staff reassignment, reduction, retirements, and/or relocation. The introduction of Chromebooks to every student, newly issued laptops to each educator has placed a new method of educational services that is now the common standard. We are being stretched very thin. There was a mention of extra days of compensation for teachers and coaches earlier. So I would like to think that it would be proper. There are several special meetings coming up until the end of this school year and extending into the summer. It is becoming, again, a common practice to play slides, graphics, and staff on Google Meets and YouTube. Also request for public viewing. Into the budget process, it would be something that has and needs to be settled. I'm aware that every administrator wears many hats in this district, and we are all facing the same similar situation and stressed out beyond everything going on within our district. I'm respectfully requesting that if the district school board be courteous of our time and limit the hours of commitment placed on us and my staff members for the non-mandated commitment of streaming the school board meetings or special meetings. As of tonight, so far in the board meetings alone, about an hour ago, we were sitting at 62. We're now at 63 hours since July. Due to the increasing rate of damages to Chromebooks, if funding can be secured, we're also looking at moving towards putting 2 desktops per classroom per campus to convert them over to Chrome OS, so that kids that have damaged Chromebooks have a device that they can be used during classroom instruction. And also converting these desktops would keep them on the same platform and not confuse them. If we go this route, that would be another 378 desktops, just counting classrooms. And if we add the labs, it would rise up to about 508 desktops, plus 200 staff PCs on top of 1,200 Chromebooks that we currently manage. This doesn't include the software management, projectors, printers, and our main infrastructure throughout the district, all shared between 2 staff members, finding different ways on executing anything thrown our way. I just wanted to share that, just a simple little thing I've been trying to, for since 2020, to get an agreement, and I just keep getting put to the side burner. But it's starting to add up, and it's very time consuming, and it was a whole field to learn. So I just wanted to let you know how we feel about this. And like I said, we're here for the district, and the main thing is here for the students, and staff and everyone else comes second. But I just the 2 cents that just for you to hear our side, because it's starting to increase and it just seems to be getting worse and worse and worse. Respectfully, sorry. And that is all.
Mr. President, point of order. Yes. First of all, Mr. Arambe, I'd like, I don't know about the rest of the board members, I'd like to apologize on behalf of us, because I think we kind of have been running you into the ground. These meetings have gone longer and longer, and I know you brought it up, and so rightfully so, I applaud you. That's very courageous of you to do, to come in a public forum and not so much demand, but ask of us. And so that shows that you're in it for the greater good. But I don't know how we could do that. I know that it's personnel stuff, Mrs. Varela, but definitely when that finance subcommittee meets, I mean, I have to say there has to be just compensation for what you guys have been doing, because you guys have been putting in some long hours. And I think as a board, we need to develop some processes and some procedures to keep from these gentlemen working these long hours. There's several board meetings. I mean, I think maybe coming up with a good schedule or something, but there definitely needs to be some processes and procedures in regards to public input, in regards to, agendas for the next meeting, because, I mean, it is, as you can see, it's taking an effect on your staff. That's all I got, sir.
I echo that one. Thank you for speaking up in the way that you did.
Go ahead.
I appreciate all that's done, and I think the participation in the community, even if they're just viewing, is invaluable. And I've been an advocate of, you guys are understaffed for at least 2 years now. And I certainly look forward to an adjustment to the number of staffing, as well as making sure that it compensates you for hours that you are currently not being compensated for. And so I hope in some way you fall under the umbrella of the union, whether it's this one or steel workers or whatever else it is, to give you a firmer foot on being able to ask for what it is, for what work you do provide. But I know that the classrooms are an incredible burden, but way outstretch what it is you guys can do. And not because of ability, but just a matter of hours that needs to happen. I hear it from my kids, I hear it from teachers, and it is an area I fully support expanding.
Thank you. And we do have a position, and we held off on it until this new contract year. It's just, it's very, you have to be very, what's the word, direct on on a good candidate. We don't want to have someone that we're having to do everything for all the time. We want someone to come in and be able to just jump on with us and learn, and let's just keep on moving forward and not be so stalled. And we are appreciative of everyone, because everyone does, they help us and they keep us up on our toes, and they're always telling us how good of a job we're doing. And we're not saying, we're not trying to put anyone down on that, because it is there. Everyone's very appreciative, but it's just like there's so much, and a lot of last minutes, and middle school with the illnesses and stuff that struck last week. Mr. Alvarez calls me on Friday, hey, I need my labs, because we have so much damaged Chromebooks. I'm like, well, Ben and we worked all weekend to get those labs up and running. You know, we did get those and didn't hear nothing of it today, but, you know, unfortunately we had the same issue at the high school, and, you know, simple updates throw you off. So it's we're trying. We're really staying on top of it. We don't like work orders. As soon as one comes in, we try to get rid of it as soon as possible, but we don't want anyone waiting on our service.
Thank you,
Back
Victor.
them up as a teacher who works in the district. When you contact these guys, they're on it and they get us up and running as quickly as they possibly can. And we are much appreciated.
Thank you, sir.
And that's consistent with what I hear too. But it's just a matter, the only complaints have to do with there's not enough of you guys.
Okay, anything else from the public?
Mr. President, I got something else. I got a couple of things. One of the things that I did have was, the president brought up the school law conference. And, we're talking, with our secretary today. The agendas will be released tomorrow. And I know in this last year, they were doing training for school board members on early on. So she went ahead and booked the rooms for now from June 1st, because on June 2nd, not early, but at 9 o'clock in the morning, I think is the first training. And so tomorrow, when the agendas come out, go ahead and look at that and see what time you have to be there, or when you have to be for the trainings, and be sure and let either Toy or her know, so that we know how many rooms we need.
Mr. Stipple, on that, do they offer remote? Because that whole month, that's when I'm gonna be gone, and I.
You guys can pause really, really quick. We hit
over our limit.
we went the 4-hour cap on the YouTube stream after we started. 1 second.
Okay. Let's see.
Okay, you're good.
Okay. The other thing that I had was, the National School Board Association, convention training just happened a few days ago, last weekend, as a matter of fact. The board members were contacted and asked, because they were asking who could go to the training in San Diego. And it was, we agreed that we weren't going to travel with the condition of the budget and the condition of everything going on. And then they said that we could sign on and get some training. To my understanding, 4 board members said that they would go ahead and sign on and get training. And about a month, well, since December, when we went to training, it was brought up in the board meeting that when we go to training, we should come back and do a report on what training we received. And I'm challenging the 4 board members for the next meeting to come up and tell us what they learned. I myself said that I was unavailable to sign on, so I wasn't involved in the signing on.
And that sign-on process was hard. It kept on going in and out, and it was hard
Okay,
to see
and that's what the secretary was telling me today, that she talked to somebody over there, and of course it's already happened, but there was quite a bit of money there. I don't know if she can recoup some of it there, back.
I'll call Joe on that tomorrow too. I can give you my report right now, is that I was not able to log on at all. And I thought that since we weren't going, I hadn't paid the fee, but I found out today that they had. And I wasn't able to log on, so I didn't say nothing, and I didn't even try again, so.
Yeah, I tried to log on, and it was hard to get on, and then the breakout rooms it was not very user friendly.
So you said 4 had signed up? Did you
I
sign up?
had also signed up, but I never.
I signed up as well, and some of the videos are archived.
Yes.
Because I had trouble getting in during the live one, but there's a lot that are archived that you can go in and watch.
And along those lines, I didn't get registration information, and I forgot, and that clearly was on my fault, but I did didn't have that reminder that there was registration information. I never received it. That's not to pan off the blame. I did not come in and request any. So that's where I sit on that one.
Well, there's quite a bit of money involved even in the sign-on.
I think it was $500, right?
$1,800 total for board members.
For each.
Yeah, and the videos are still available if you can figure out how to get logged in, and you have to create a Vimeo account, and the materials are available as well. But you're right, Mr. Cordova, because it wasn't cheap, even though we were doing virtual.
Thank you, that's what I had.
Okay. We'll go to motion to go into executive session. Motion by Mr. Molina, second. Second by Mr. Guadiana. Take a roll call vote. Serena? I don't know
Yes.
what we're gonna do with the way you're gonna go into executive session, so.
Well, because Mr. Bash is going to go into executive session with us as well.
No, it's not gonna be the same link.
Can you put her on her phone?
I don't know.
Nobody can be recorded. It's executive, it's.
So.
I am, yeah, they,
What we're going to do
It stays
is,
there.
I have some packets for you. I know that the information was sent to you virtually, but I have hard copies. Mr. Bash has asked that I pick them back up after, executive session. And, Victor has created a separate link for the executive session, so that's up to you all how you're gonna handle with Ms. Murillo, if she's gonna go into the same link as Mr. Bash.
Okay.
So that's up to you all to decide that.
Okay. Serena, yes?
Yes, so there's a separate link that we will go to?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'll
Mr.
check
Guadiana?
my email.
Yes.
So,
Mr. Molina? Yes. Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova?
Yes.
so do you
We're
want the
closed.
link emailed to Serena? So Serena, that,
No, we need to check with Mr. Best about not this, because how is he gonna pick it up?
what, he emailed it already.
Oh, he did.
He
It's the
emailed
same
it to
stuff
all
that
of you. This is the same stuff that he emailed you, but
Okay.
he wanted you to have hard copies. He just, like I say, wants me to
Okay.
pick them up afterwards.
Is it the stuff that's in the Google Drive?
correct.
Okay,
do
I
you
can
want-
access that virtually on my end.
So,
Okay.
that's what I'm asking you, do you, yeah, you'll stay here, we're all leaving, but do you want him to send her the link? 'Cause-
Yeah, she'll need the link.
Yes,
Yeah, it'd be the same that.
He already sent the stuff, so might as well.
okay, so Mr. Bash and Serena, you're gonna
Yeah,
get
dale.
a separate
Yo también.
email
I'm gonna go
from
before we
Victor
start.
that has the link to the executive session. It will not be the same one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to
come back into open session. We went into executive session at 9:17. It is now 9:51 to discuss limited personnel in reference to applicants for the superintendent job. No action was taken at that time. Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Cordova, second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Molina. Take a roll call vote. Serena?
Yes.
Mr. Guadiana?
Yes.
Mr. Molina?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova?
Yes.
We're in open. Items for next agenda.
So, Mr. President, I have a few things on my list. I have a union report. That would go under what?
Probably under your superintendent report, and we just
Okay.
put them out.
And then I have, exit interview update. And then I have, well, I wrote audit and finance committee appointments. I didn't know if you wanted that on there.
I think we should, on the audit, I think we should wait at least till the audit comes back and it's cleaned up and done.
And then the
If not,
finance, I wanna wait till the end of the school year, because now we're just almost a month away, that's all.
Okay, so take them off.
Yeah.
Okay. And then was it New Mexico School Board Association training reports? I'm not sure that we have any, right? Because nobody picked
No,
them up.
we didn't have any, no.
Okay, so take that off.
Oh, I could do one.
Oh, you could do one? Okay.
Yeah.
It's New Mexico School
No,
Board?
isn't it the national?
National School Board. But that was from the archives, right? Not from the actual.
Yeah, I wasn't able to get in live,
Yeah,
but
that's what I-
there's a lot of training videos.
You didn't attend.
So it would be NSBA, if you wanted to hyphenate.
It's what?
NSBA, National School Board Association.
Okay. And that's all I have so far. Actually, I have, we're talking about the next regular board meeting. We also have a presentation from Caroline Baldwin from Literacy Links. We have the 21-22 salary adjustment, bar, correct?
Yes.
And then we have the Idea B final allocation carryover bar. And then review of bills and quarterly expenditure report. I have all of those for the next board meeting.
And those come up here in action items.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Not the quarterly report, but
The two bars.
the
Mhm.
2 bars and the review of bills.
Mhm.
And those go to finance on the 20th.
Yes. So just a reminder of a few dates. So tomorrow at 4 o'clock, we have a finance committee meeting here. Wednesday at 4 o'clock, we have a special board meeting here. The 20th at 4 o'clock, we have a finance committee meeting. The 20th at 6 o'clock, special board meeting here to select candidates to interview. And then, regular board meeting on the 25th. The 27th, 3 o'clock, well, I guess we'll figure out the schedule with John on the candidate interviews. And then on the 30th, that's on a Saturday, the board retreat from 9 to 12:30.
That's when?
The 30th.
The 30th.
It's on a Saturday. So, got a lot of meetings coming up.
I also have an agenda request. To review my censure and in regards with recent Supreme Court decision issued March 24th this year.
At what time was the retreat, George?
9 to 12:30, I think. Nine to 12:30.
Okay.
Yes, and they want you all to be present. And Melissa, right? And for the retreat, right? You all said to include them and Melissa, right? Okay.
All right. Okay, anything else? Motion to adjourn.
So move.
We're adjourned.
I vengo a